The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 1. By Timbre. Translated by Rivalry. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The beginning of the two. The Adrasia Empire, the empire that rules over the central part of the Foggle continent. Bearing the symbol of the Golden Eagle, it is one of the three most powerful countries of the continent. Its imperial capital, With, is still prospering to this day. At the adventurer guild of that imperial capital, a big shot appeared. Whoa! It's really him. Hey, look at that horn. Isn't that the horn of King Minotaur? Seriously. They are AAA class rare monsters, you know. Did he took one down? Each and every one of the onlookers are speaking wonder about him. The person that has been gathering everyone's attention is a wizard that is carrying a large horn. He is covered in black from his hair to his long robe. However, only his face is hidden behind a conspicuous silver mask. The receptionist greets him normally as she already used to his appearance. Thank you for your work. Silver-san, this is the reward for this time. The SS rank adventurer, Silver. Calling my temporary name, the receptionist gave me the reward with a smile like usual. Gold coins were present to me with the amount that the other adventurers here never seen before. It's a matter of course. The King Minotaur hunt was a special assignment from the guild. A high amount of bounty was placed on its head. It originally wasn't present in the Imperial territory, but a while ago the large-scale party formed by the A-rank adventurers that went to subjugate it failed. As a result, the King Minotaur relocated itself into the Imperial territory. That's why I subjugated it. Thank you, I've always been in your care. No, you are a great help for us. To have one of the only 5 SS rank adventurers like Silver-san with us at our Imperial capital branch is something for us to be proud of. The brown-haired receptionist said so and smiled. Seeing her like that, I let out a bitter smile and head toward the guild entrance while leaving behind some gold coins. Silver-san. It's a treat for everyone here. Can you order alcohol or something for them? In exchange, if there's a high difficulty quest coming in, I want you to give me the priority. Ah, yes. I understand. The receptionist happily picks up the gold coins while the adventurers inside are happily making a ruckus. I can only accept high-level quests. That's why when it comes to such quests the guild also gives me a priority. However, there are also adventurers that don't think well of such a method. That's why letting them vent like this is also important. I'm not in a position that can move freely as well. With that in mind, I left the guild and head to my inn. There, I take off my mask and black robe, then changed into a high-class outfit while being careful of my surroundings. Even incompetent, if it was found out that a prince has been acting as an adventurer, it would turn into a serious matter after all. If you are aware of that, then please do restrain yourselves, Prince Arnold. The one who appears without a sound and called out to me was the butler that has been serving us since my mother's generation, Sebastian. He is an old man with golden hair despite being over 50 years old. His back is straight while wearing a fine butler outfit. As you can see from the fact that he can appear without any sound, not just his ability as a butler, his real abilities didn't decline despite his age. He's an outrageous old man. And as this butler said, my name is Arnold Lake Sadler, the 7th prince of this empire. I told you that you shouldn't show up silently like that, right? Sebers. Please forgive me as it is a habit of mine. And I don't want to hear your lecture either. A dull prince like me can do whatever I want, right? I have a little twin brother. Excellent in martial arts, bright mind, and good personality. He is a genius that can immediately become first class no matter what he does. Even though we have the same face, he is praised for his elegance and grace. On the other hand, I was told by many that I have no ambition and lack courage. There's an endless amount of marriage proposal for my brother that it made him irritated. On the contrary, I am an incompetent, lethargic prince. As a child, I have always played around, seeing me wasting my talent away. Many talented individuals were hired as my tutor, but they all gave up. My reputation quickly spread throughout the imperial capital and later, the entire empire. The name that stuck was the prince that got all his good parts sucked out by his little brother, the dull prince. Even now, the people inside the castle always look down on me and gossip behind my back. A guy with a poor reputation despite being a part of the Imperial family with no expectations whatsoever placed on him. That is the prince me. Please don't mind about those petty comments. There's no one who aware of your real power after all. It's not that I mind. I am used to that kind of treatment already. It's no use bringing up the duty of prince with me, you know. Even though I say that, a shabby excuse is still a shabby excuse. However, thanks to that excuse, I can live freely like this. However, I understand your point, but the situation has progressed to the point that such an excuse is not going to work anymore. Please return to the castle right away. What happened? General Dominique has passed away. That old general. He was an honorary general of the Imperial capital city guard. He finally retired with nothing to note on his battle record, but he did survive the front line for more than 50 years. As a result of his achievement, he was appointed as an honorary general of the Imperial capital city guard, the position that was close to an advisor. He was old and had a heart condition, but it's still unlikely that he suddenly passed away naturally. This smells like an assassination. It's one of those three, her. We still don't know the details, but I think there will be no one conducting an investigation on this. He was a person that says everything frankly and easily makes enemies, so if it was an assassination then that should be one of the factors. Recently, General Dominique was involved with the battle for the throne. He always said that the princes and princesses are no good, but there's one prince that he began to take a liking to. Then he was assassinated by those who saw him as a dangerous individual. In other words, the leaders in this battle for the throne. I think, since he was just an honorary general, his death wouldn't do much damage to the empire and his death would be treated as the result of his illness. The one who took damage would be only his ally. And that ally was the 8th prince, Leonard Lake Sadler. My little twin brother. Leo is a person that would naturally attract allies after all. It doesn't like he is gathering power to aim for the throne though. The problem is that he was perceived that he was gathering power. With this, Prince Leonard is recognized by the people that are aiming for the throne as an enemy. Listening to Sebas, I let out a sigh. Among the throne successors, there are 3 influential people in the currently ongoing battle for the throne. The 2nd prince, the 2nd princess, and the 3rd prince. Each of the 3 has their own power base, so there's a high probability that the next emperor will be among those 3. There are 2 paths for the other successors. First is to choose a side or at least staying neutral. The other is to be hostile toward them and aim for the throne. If you choose the latter and lost, then considering those 3's personalities you will get exile at best and the death penalty at worst. The punishment will apply to those who are involved with them as well. In the case of Leo, then that would be our mother and me. So without consulting with Leo, I choose the latter. There's no meaning to ally ourselves with them or stay neutral now. If the situation has progressed this much, then there's no other choice. The only way left is to make Leo the emperor her. Is there no way for you to become the emperor yourselves? Me being the emperor? I am a man that throws every troublesome thing at my little brother, you know. It is the same this time. I want to keep living as an adventurer like this, but I will be killed at this rate. It's troublesome, but there's no other way. Let's move behind the scene for my brother. Section. At the center of the Imperial capital is a sword-like castle. I immediately head to Leonard's room as I got back to the castle. However, I met several ministers and aristocrats along the way. Oh, if it isn't Prince Arnold. You look fine today as well. Thanks to you. Yes, I am really jealous that you can look so happy every day. On the other hand, Prince Leonard has always been working so hard on his training. He was made differently from me after all. It is seriously as you said. To think that he would join the battle for the throne like 3 of your esteemed siblings. Prince Arnold mustn't lose too. Hey, His Highness looks pitiful when you compare him to Prince Leonard, right? Even if Prince Arnold and Prince Leonard are twins, there's a difference in their talent, you know. Ooh, that's right, that's right. Forgive my rudeness. Don't sweat it. It's all true after all. I said that and walk past them. They all respectfully bow to me, but every single one of them is making fun of me. I won't rat them out to the emperor though. Even if I do that, he won't listen to me after all. Among the imperial family, only me hasn't been treated as its member. Leaving the territory lords aside, the aristocrats and the ministers in the imperial capital are all looking down on me. Well, it's because I have been acting like this though. I don't want to change my behavior because I think it is okay for me to behave like this. Since no one cares about me, I can move around doing what I like as Silver. If I do what I like as a prince, then I would have to always consider my standing. I arrived at Leo's room while thinking about that. I'm coming in. Ni-san. I entered the room without knocking and found Leo sitting inside. He is 18 years old, of course. He is the same age as me, but because of his calm personality, people often mistake Leo as the older one. Our appearance is exactly the same, but Leo's hair was trimmed while mine is always unkempt. On the clothes side, Leo's is always neat while mine is always loose. His back is always straight up, but mine is bent. As we grew up, there's no one who mistakes us for the other anymore. On my little twin brother's face is a trace of haggardness. When you see your own face looking so depressed, it would make your tension drop too. I heard the story. That old man passed away, right? It's probably an assassination, right? Probably. I wasn't so immature as to say that it is probably our elder brothers or sisters doing. Considering the situation, the possibility of this being an assassination is the highest. What are you going to do? I don't want to fight my own siblings. I thought you would say that. Leo doesn't want the throne. People just naturally attracted to his personality and become his ally. That ally is General Dominique. As he said just now, Leo doesn't want to compete for the throne. However, as Leo is blessed with talent and excellent personality, he has become the fourth contender along with the second prince, second princess, and third prince regardless of his intention. That is why they put out the ember by assassination. However, it doesn't mean that Leo is safe with this. No matter who among the three become the emperor, only dark fate awaits him. You are already recognized as an enemy. If you are not going to compete for the throne, then the only thing waiting for you is death. The same goes for me and mother. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Don't apologize. I want to hear what you are going to do. I have to compete for the throne, Leo said with a difficult expression. If Leo is alone in this, then he would withdraw from it even if it takes his life. However, if there's a possibility that it would bring harm to those around him, he is ready to aim for the throne. After all, since he has that kind of personality, he is going to ask for everyone's cooperation to become the emperor. I think that he is too kind to become an emperor. But even if I told him that, he wouldn't change. Since it has already turned out like this, I had no choice but to make him into one. It might not be much, but I am going to help you. For now, you just focus on finding allies and build up your power. If you build a big faction, then it would be hard for them to lay their hand on you as well. Yeah. What about Nii-san? I will look for an ally as well. But don't expect much. All of the influential ministers and aristocrats are already belong to the top 3 factions after all. I know. Thank you, Nii-san. Rather than me, I think that Nii-san is more fitting to become the emperor, you know. Don't even joke about it. I can't play around if I become the emperor, right? I already have a life plan to find a beautiful wife and play around all forever. For that sake, I will have you become the emperor for me. I hit Leo's shoulder while saying something selfish. His body is slightly trembling. Well, it can't be helped. From the perspective of the excellent Leo, those 3 are monsters. In terms of ability, the empire is safe no matter who becomes the emperor. Naturally, the power that comes with it is also great. However, no matter how good they are, it doesn't mean that they are invincible. Since they are fighting among themselves, it serves as a chance for Leo as well. Let's start with increasing your allies and get father to recognize you first. Right. In the end, the person who decides the outcome will be our father after all. Now, how do we get an approval of His Majesty the Emperor? Thus, start the twins' journey to take the throne. Arc 1. Climate Dukedom. Chapter 1. Secret Maneuver begin. How about we start by revealing the true identity of the SS rank adventurer Silver? Rejected. Once I return to my room, I consult Sebas about our future course of action. The only one who knows that I am Silver is Sebas. Certainly, there are merits to reveal my identity. However, there are also disadvantages. My great-grandfather devoted himself to ancient magic and it corrupted him. Ever since then, the ancient magic has been a taboo among the Imperial family. The magic I use is also ancient magic. It's bad to reveal that I use such magic while my twin brother is aiming for the throne. However, Silver has his own fame and track record. He is said to be the best adventurer in the history of the Empire. Wouldn't that be beneficial to Prince Leonard? It is still too soon. If there's nothing left we can do, then we will use it as our last resort. As long as Leo is aiming for the throne, it is more convenient for me to remain as an incompetent prince for a while. However, it is easier for me that way. If you have already decided, then I will not say anything more. However, what are you planning to do? There are only a few moves you can play if you don't reveal your identity, no? Sebas. Is there any ducal house that hasn't participated in this succession war yet? There is one. The only ducal house that hasn't participated in the battle yet. Which one? It is the Kleinet house. Quite a prestigious one, huh? A ducal house is a blood relative of the Imperial family. It is the status given to the emperor's brothers who were judged to be excellent but did not become the emperor. There are those who are given such status by leaving behind great achievements, but at that time they will be given a member of the Imperial family as their spouse, so there's no problem to think of them as the Imperial family's relative. To such ducal houses, the battle for the throne is an important event. If you correctly support the next emperor, you will be able to enjoy great rewards. That's why every ducal house will have a close tie with the successor candidates one way or another. To not do such a thing would mean that they have a greater problem on their hands. The fact that they still haven't participated at this point in time would mean that they have something to worry about, right? It is as you discerned. There seems to be a horrible monster rampaging in their territory. They have asked the adventurers for help, but it seems like they still have no clues about how to resolve the situation. The Adventurers Guild has branches all over the continent. There are a lot of their branches in the Empire as well, but the ability of the adventurers are varying from branch to branch. For Adventurer Guild inside the Empire, aside from the Imperial Capital branch, the level of the other branches are not very high. Excluding me from the Imperial Capital branch, its level would only be slightly higher than the others. The reason is that only a few monsters appear inside the Empire. It is a good thing that the Empire is peaceful, but the lack of monsters also means a lack of demand. Powerful adventurers would move away to a place with more monsters to hunt. Therefore, the Empire tends to take some time to resolve a problem once monsters start getting involved. It costs money to bring in adventurers from the outside after all. Should I help them? I think that is a good idea, but how would you establish the connection between Silver and Prince Leonard? It's fine if I just say that I was dispatched on Leo's request. I will explain the details to Leo later, so there's no problem. They would be more on guard against Prince Leonard if he can move the SS rank adventurer who never moves away from the Imperial capital like Silver. If it comes to that, then they would be able to make a connection between Prince Arnold and Silver, right? It's fine if they start to be wary of him. If they have his connection with Silver in mind, they can't easily move against him. The identity of Silver is also not a problem. It's fine as long as I am being careful. I will not stop you if you are that confident. However, please be aware that a reveal is much different than a discovery. I know. So, how about I head to the Kleinet Duchy now? Saying so, I change into the appearance of Silver, which I am already accustomed to, and ask Sebas to take care of the things here while preparing transfer magic. It is an abandoned magic from ancient civilization. The thing that is being called ancient magics are magics that are harder to handle and has a lot more characteristics than present-day magic. However, its effect is also immense. My transfer magic can reach almost the entirety of the Empire. So for me, the Empire is like my backyard. I can go where I want, whenever I want. In exchange, it requires a tremendous amount of magic power from the user, but I have no choice but to close my eyes to such a downside. When I was preparing for that great magic, Sebas gave me a piece of advice. Speaking of which, the daughter of Duke Kleinet is that Blau MWE, the word means blue seagull in German. The peerless beauty. Please be careful not to let yourselves be distracted by her beauty and forget your objective. Sebas. I've always thought about this, but you really can't calm down if you don't scold me, right? That is my duty after all. Ha! I will leave the rest to you. As you wish. After I completed the transfer magic, I immediately transfer from the Imperial capital to the Kleinet Duchy, which normally at least takes 5 days to arrive. Section. The Kleinet Duchy is a vast territory located on the west side of the empire. I transferred to the capital of the duchy at the central part of the territory where its lord lived and immediately visited the duke's mansion. However, I am the SS rank adventurer, Silver. I would like to request an audience with the duke. You, Silver, don't joke around. If a big shot like that would come to visit us, then the Adventurer Guild would contact us several days beforehand. Drop your charade and go back already. That was what the young blonde-haired gatekeeper told me. The thought of whole roasting him came up to my mind for a moment, but that would defeat the purpose of my visit. Suppressing my irritation, I take out the adventurer card that can serve to identify my identity. What written in there are the adventurer's name, rank, and other information. These cards were created using the secret technique of the guild, so it is impossible to make a counterfeit one. If I show him this, you don't have to show me your card. Just go back already. I'm busy right now. What? Without even looking at the card, the gatekeeper turns me away. His attitude made my cheeks cramped up, but this also serves as a good opportunity. Originally I planned to save them and have them be indebted to us, but if it turns out like this, then there is a way that can make them even more indebted to us. Even when I came all the way here because of Prince Leonard's special request. It seems that the prince is too good for you. Tell this to the duke. You have desecrated both mine and the prince's dignity. Why would I do that? Just go away already. The gatekeeper remained arrogant from the beginning to the end. The Duke of Kleinet is certainly prestigious, but they don't have that long of a history when compared to other aristocrats. To think that such a rude person was protecting their prestigious mansion. Though, it might be because of the monster crisis that they are lacking manpower. Well, it is mostly the fault of this guy, but the fault of a vassal is also the fault of his lord. I felt sorry for the Duke, but I will have him panic a little. When the calculating smile appeared behind my mask, I spotted a girl staring at me from the second-floor window of the mansion. The golden-haired and blue-eyed girl looked so beautiful even from a distance. I recalled that figure. 2 years ago, the emperor ordered the craftsmen of our country to make hair ornaments in the shape of a bird. Then, a splendid blue hair ornament that was made into the shape of a seagull caught the eye of the emperor. The emperor, who took a liking to it, said that only the most beautiful woman in the empire is suitable to such an ornament and gathered all the beauty from all over the empire at the imperial capital. Although she was only 14 years old at that time, the daughter of Duke Kleinet, Finn von Kleinet, was chosen as the finest beauty. She was given the blue seagull ornament and was called the Blaumwe, and became the target of admiration from the men throughout the empire. After 2 years, her beauty has increased much more than I thought. But she is certainly beautiful, but she wasn't as alluring as Sebas said. Remembering Sebas's words, I regrettably left the duchy and returned to the imperial capital. That was fast. I already did what I can. We are going to Kleinet Duchy. Get ready. Didn't you just came back? That was Silver. The one who will be going next is Prince Arnold. Phew, the Duke can only come crying to Leo now. It is certain now that the Duke will become our ally. You are making an evil smile, you know. I ignore Sebas and prepare for my journey. Seeing me hum while preparing my luggage, Sebas gave up with a sigh and started doing his own preparation. Then we rode there on horses and arrived at the Kleinet Duchy 5 days later. Section. After we enter the duchy capital, we immediately head towards the Duke's mansion. This time Duke Kleinet personally come out to welcome us. It is only natural. That was why we deliberately let him know of our visit in advance. However, the reason that the Duke personally came out to receive me was that I am a member of the Imperial family. The other dukes wouldn't come out personally like this. After all, I am a prince with a bad reputation that doesn't compete for the throne, a wasteful prince that only plays around and relegate everything to his brother, the dull prince. I wonder why Duke Kleinet came out to greet me with such respect and courtesy. Your Highness. It has been a while. It's been a while, Duke Kleinet. How long was it? Ever since we celebrated your 10th birthday, Your Highness. A middle-aged man with a well-arranged blonde hair and mustache. Duke Elmer von Kleinet. He is the lord who ruled his territory for decades ever since he succeeded the previous duke at a young age. His gentle personality was well received among his people and other aristocrats and is one of the dukes that the current emperor trusted in. That long. I rarely get out of the capital after all. It seems like I have become estranged from the feudal lords. Do forgive me. There is not such a thing. It is my fault that I can't leave my territory and show my face at the capital. We enter the mansion while having such a formal conversation. A lot of servants follow us, but only the Duke, I and Sebas enter the guest room. Now then, Duke. I don't have much time, so I will get right to the business. Yes, Your Highness. What is your purpose for visiting us this time? You are quite evil to ask for our business as well. Of course, we are here to discuss our compensation. Compensation? My brother doesn't wish for anything in return, but since he is getting involved in the succession war, we can't afford to do that right now. That's why I came here to remind you. Duke Kleinet, if you felt any gratitude to Leo at all, I want you to support him. PL, please wait a moment. What should I be grateful for? Duke, are you going to pretend that you don't know? Duke Kleinet, who doesn't understand the situation, made a confused expression. There's no way that our conversation would progress. Between us who sent out Silver to help him and the Duke that doesn't even know about Silver's visit. I know that well. I know that, but if we start out on the same page then the situation would get lighter. You are the Duke that earned the trust of the Emperor and your people. Leo knew that and go out of his way to help you in good faith, but what would he think if he knows that you would repay him like this? Your Highness Arnold. I really don't know what you are talking about. My apologies, but I am not aware of anything that His Highness Leonard done for our duchy. What? I stepped 1 foot out as if to say that I can't stand it anymore. Sebas, who was waiting for that moment, stopped me in a timely manner. Your Highness. It seems like the Duke really doesn't know. Is that something that can be concluded by saying that he doesn't know? Leo deliberately moved an SS rank adventurer for him, you know. Moreover, he did that when he was in a tight spot because of the succession war, you know. That was why Silver moved for his in the first place. Silver. You mean that Silver? Yeah, that's right. Leo heard that you were troubled by the monsters in your territory and wrote a letter to ask Silver to assist you. Silver responded that he would deal with it soon. He is a user of ancient magic. I heard that he could use the lost transfer magic too, so there's no way that he hasn't arrived yet. Is that true? Are you going to say that I am lying? As I continue acting furiously, I look at Sebas. Sebas noticed my gaze and throw the Duke a lifeboat. Your Highness, you must not get so angry. Judging from his appearance, it seems like the Duke really wasn't lying. He might really not know what happened. Isn't it better to give the Duke some time to investigate this matter? Investigation? Even if the results come out, there's nothing more to learn here, right? At that time, we can ask Silver directly. If His Highness Leonard calls for him, Silver should also show himself. If Sebas said that much, then I will give you some time. However, you know what will happen if you hide anything from us, right? We will directly get the details from Silver anyway. If we find out that the fault lies on your side, we will make sure that no adventurer ever comes to your territory again. I understand. We will collect the information from those inside our house as soon as possible. Please wait here for a while. Duke Kleinet hurriedly went out of the room. If they are the words that come from someone who isn't directly competing for the throne like me, the Duke wouldn't get so worked up like that. The problem this time was because Silver is involved. There are only 5 SS rank adventurers in this continent. They are the greatest talent for monster extermination. They are not people who would move because of money. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the highest peak of adventurers. If you smear mud on Silver's face, The other adventurers would never visit such a place. If even the likes of Silver got treated badly, there's no way that the other adventurers would be treated well. That went well. That is quite an evil plan. Isn't that almost a self-playing charade? You are quite cruel to put it as a charade. It was this family that chased away Silver. I just widened the wound. I am not the one who inflicted it. If you got chased away, then you can just sneak back in. You saw the opportunity and act accordingly, no? Moreover, you emphasized the greatness of His Highness Leonard by acting out haughtily. I will praise you for being such a great strategist. That's my role. Leo is too nice. If you compared him to water, he is too clean that no fish would ever survive. He needs someone to pollute the water for him. If you have decided that role for yourselves, then I will not stop you. But you will be the only one who loses, you know? That's fine. What's necessary to us right now is Leo's reputation. I don't care no matter how much of my reputation will fall. I do care. That also applied to your esteemed mother and His Highness Leonard as well. If there are 3 people that care about me, then that is plenty enough. When we had such a conversation, I heard the Dukes yelling outside. You idiot son, are you intending to destroy our house? It seems like the Duke has finished gathering his information. Now, I wonder how this will turn out. Chapter 2. Double roles. Our deepest apologies. Duke Kleinet said so and bow his head. On his side, the blonde young gatekeeper is also bowing. However, it seems like the Duke forcefully brought him here. He looked dissatisfied as he still doesn't fully understand the situation. To be able to look like that in this situation, he has quite a nerve. Duke, we don't care about your apologies. Tell us what happened. Why, yes. Apparently, Silver visited us 5 days ago, but this idiot son of mine turned him away without properly confirming his identity. You turned him away? But father, it's weird that an SS rank adventurer would suddenly show up at our door, right? Normally you would think that he is a fake, isn't it? Shut up, you idiot. Because you couldn't do much, I left you to guard the mansion gate while I was out subjugating monsters. To think that you couldn't even that. But father said so, right? To turn away all the men that came to see Finn. I never told you to turn away an SS rank adventurer. It would be fine if you just confirm Silver's adventurer card, right? Why couldn't you do that? That is. The son's eyes start swimming. That's the eyes of someone who is considering to lie his way out. You can immediately tell when an idiot going to lie. Even if he lied that Silver didn't show his adventurer card here, we would immediately find out when we directly ask Silver. If it comes to this, then the best course of action is to properly apologize and bow your head to keep damage to the minimum. Duke, you can leave preaching your son for later. I am sorry that I have to say this, but you are also bear his fault. Why, yes, I understand. Can we settle this with a formal written apology for Prince Arnold and Prince Leonard? Written apology? A written apology for chasing away the SS rank adventurer that a prince dispatched for you. Let's hear it. How are you going to apologize? You have thrown mud on Silver's face. He might not cooperate with us anymore. How are you going to make up for that? That is. Please forgive us with this old man's head. You bastard, I don't want your head. I don't want the head of your incompetent son who chased away the SS rank adventurer either. Duke Kleinet despaired at my words. His son, on the other hand, exhaled in relief. To think that such an excellent parent can have a son like this. As long as his life couldn't make up for it, Duke Kleinet has to offer us something else that can compensate us. And that thing has to be something important to the Duke family and something that is valuable for me and Leo. In other words, then I will offer myself. That's why, please forgive my father and brother, Your Highness. Finn, who is dressed in blue, entered the room. Looking up close, I can't suppress the admiration I have for her beauty. Even when I am in this kind of situation, I can't take my eyes off Finn. Her long blonde hair is swaying lightly and shines by reflecting the light. Her blue eyes looked so deep as the ocean, which gives off the light that can wrap you whole with her magnanimity. Although her body is small, I can feel the glamour from the top of her dress. Her expression is a little tense, but it is not to the extent that it would take away her beauty. To be honest, Since she said that she wants to come with us herself, I want to welcome her with open arms. No matter who you are, if you are a man then you would want to do the same. I almost gave her a reply on instinct. However, this is not the place that I can just follow such an instinct. Finn showing up here was outside of my expectations. I planned to corner the Duke a bit more and get him to join the succession war to support us. Finn, please forgive us. Your Highness, my daughter is still a child. The figure of the Duke desperately prostrating himself transmitted the love for his daughter to me. He offered me his head first instead of his son's, who made the mistake and prostrate himself to save his daughter. He must be a good father. Please spare my father and brother. I also saw Silver Sama's figure when he visited us. If that is a sin, then I also bear it. My sister did nothing wrong. It is all my fault. Please forgive me. The son also prostrates himself this time. This is that, right? That one scenario that I am totally the bad guy. I never thought that it would turn out like this. And here I thought that I should continue the psychological battle with the Duke a little further. I look at Sebas for help. He let out a sigh and opened his mouth. Your Highness, everyone from the Duke family is willing to do this much already. Isn't it better to calm your anger as well? You want me to forgive them? They have humiliated both of us, you know. If we just forgive this one case, then where can we show our dignity anymore? It is fine as long as this matter is being kept confidential. Let's make this case never happened. Then what about Silver? He is a man with a great sense of responsibility. He wouldn't give up after only being turned away once, and he might be still nearby as well. Let's deploy someone to look for him. If we apologize in good faith, he should be able to understand our circumstances as well. So, if Silver can resolve the problem in this territory, you are telling me that the fact which Duke Kleinet has soiled our dignity would also disappear? I think we can finally settle this with a good feeling. After that, if Sebas points out my arbitrary judgment, then I can withdraw as well. Well, I would look like a man who borrowed the power from his brother to the Duke family though. But that is exactly what I want. The one who is competing for the throne here is only Leo, not me. It will be fine, as I will consult with His Highness Leonard about this at a later date. It's no use consulting with him. He would forgive anything anyway, right? Because His Highness is like that people are gathering around him. Moreover, Your Highness Arnold, you are certainly the elder brother of Prince Leonard, but the place that people are attracted to is still Prince Leonard's. Even if you are His Highness's elder brother, if you further worsen the relationship between His Highness and the Duke without telling him, you would worsen your position as well. TSK. Got it. It is as you said. Duke, deploy some of your men to look for Silver. If you found him, then I will talk to him for you. Sebas, you go and help too. I put everything together while acting reluctantly. The rest is to act as Silver and help this territory solve its crisis. If I do that, then Duke Kleinet will become Leo's ally. You could say that this is the very first step into the battle for the throne. With that in mind, I start planning how I should act out my double roles. Section. So you are still remaining in the duchy. This is unexpected. I thought that you would dispatch someone to find me sooner or later. I am more surprised that the dull prince came out here himself though. Silver is staying at an ordinary inn. To be precise, it was made to be seen that way. I used ancient magic on the innkeeper to make him think that there was a weird customer who has been staying in the inn since 5 days ago, and arranged that Sebas would find this place, then I would meet with Silver myself. Then, who is that lady? A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Silver Sama. I am called Finn von Kleinet. This is not our first meeting. Our eyes met 5 days ago. Hearing what I said, Finn slightly faltered. As she is still only 16 years old, talking with an SS rank adventurer is no easy matter. Even more so when you are trying to make him forgive you for the rudeness you committed. Duke Kleinet has to deal with the monster in the territory, so he can't come himself. That's why I told him that it's fine to leave the talk with Silver to me alone. However, Finn said that a representative of the Duke family should be present as well. Thanks to that, I have to create Silver with illusion magic and play double roles in front of Finn. The reason why I chose to create the illusion of Silver is even if she noticed that Silver in front of her is an illusion, I can give an excuse that he is being on guard against us. On the contrary, if I chose to make an illusion of myself as the prince, then I will have to create one with super advanced illusion magic that can reproduce not just my appearance but my voice as well. By the way, it is impossible that the truth would be found out by Silver's voice. The silver mask Silver is wearing is an extremely powerful magic tool. It can be used to change my voice at will. It can also manipulate Silver's perceived characteristic and the impression he leaves behind. Even if we are together at the same place, there's absolutely no way that people would think that we are the same person. Our house has been rude towards you. I am sincerely sorry for our rudeness. Enough with the apologies. My evaluation of your house is already driven down to the ground. I heard that your house was a wise one that took good care of its people, but it seems like that is just a reputation after all. That is. It is normal for adventurers to visit the land that monsters are running rampant. If your house really thought about your people, then you would have prepared yourselves to receive any kind of adventurer that comes your way. The fact that your elder brother turned me away was enough as a proof that the Duke never did such preparation at all. This is an important point. This is not just a matter of his son's negligence, but the responsibility of the entire ducal house. As such, it wouldn't be enough even if the Duke passes judgment on his son. Well, if it is that Duke, then he would never do such a thing. That is true. It was an oversight from our Climate house. Looking at the depressed Finn, this should be about the right time for me to start negotiating with Silver. If I show them that I can somehow able to persuade Silver, then my goal would be achieved. The reason I didn't bring Sebas with me to this room was that I don't know what he would say to me if he saw such a third-rate play like this. Anyway, now I will have to persuade myself. Silver, do you still willing to continue with our request? If I don't, then I would not be here. However, there is one thing that I have to confirm before that. What is it? Did you manage to recruit the Duke as your ally? Dull Prince. They haven't given me their word yet. As expected of the Dull Prince. You are a far cry from your little brother. Silver exaggeratedly sigh. It feels weird that I have to speak ill of myself, but if Silver himself is the one who said so, then we will almost certainly gain the Duke's cooperation. I will definitely get them to give us their full cooperation. Rest assured. You will get their full cooperation, her. If you can do that, then I will fulfill your request. I have my reason to make your little brother into the Emperor no matter what. The reason I went out of my way to leave the Imperial capital and come to this place was to recruit the Duke as an ally for Leonard after all. If he is like what the rumor says he is, then he will surely be grateful for the help and support Leonard. However, it seems like everything is not as the rumor says. If you don't have him write a written oath, then he might betray you in the future, you know. My father will never do something like that. Your words are useless against me, Miss Finn. You have already lost my trust. Silver told her indifferently. There is a reason that I said it like that. I want to convince her that Silver is not eager to do this. This will surely get to the Duke's ear through Finn's words. Naturally, I am talking about Silver's goal as well. If we have already come this far, then the Duke will surely come to Leo's side. This might be a roundabout method, but the cooperation of Duke Climate is that important for us in the battle for the throne. Silver, you are saying that you have no plan to help him unless he promised us his full cooperation, right? Of course. I want you to compromise there and help him subjugate the monsters. I will definitely make sure to get his cooperation myself. You are asking me to put my trust in the Dull Prince. Do you know that you are making me an unreasonable request? Of course. But still, I will ask. Please understand. I said so and lower my head. I can bow down to anyone because I have no pride whatsoever. Moreover, there's nothing to lose for bowing down to an illusion I created anyway. To think that you would immediately lower your head, it seems like you don't have any pride as an Imperial family, her. If Leo is here, he would do the same. I know that you can't trust me, but even looking like this, I am still Leo's elder brother. At least I will show you that I can do my job. That's why I want you to deal with those monsters. I don't want this issue to last longer than this. Fine. As an adventurer, I can't let the monsters keep rampaging like this. I will accept your request. However, Miss Finn, I am expecting a lot from the Duke. Don't forget about the matter of our cooperation. Thank you very much. I will make sure that we meet your expectations. Thus we finished persuading Silver and let the in. We entered the carriage that Sebas prepared outside and took a deep breath. Seeing me like that, Finn apologetically lowers her head. Thank you very much. What are you thanking me for? Your Highness lowered your head for us. Even though the fault lies on our side, you were able to persuade Silver to help our people. My gratitude is a matter of course. It seems like there's some big misunderstanding here. Is this child the same type as Leo that sees everyone as a good person? I have to correct her. If she misunderstands that I am a good person, then it would be difficult for me to move from now on. I lowered my head for myself. It is not for the reason you think. You are just misunderstanding. Is that so? Then I will keep misunderstanding you on my own. I have slightly misunderstood you, Your Highness. I thought that Your Highness was a scary person, but that is not actually the case. No, like I said. Yes. It is my misunderstanding. Your Highness lowered your head for your own sake, right? Not for our people, not for us. But will you allow me to keep misunderstanding so? Saying so, Finn shows a soft smile. That smile is much more beautiful than the smile that captivated the people of the capital when the Emperor bestowed her the blue seagull hair ornament. Should I say that I am moved? Her smile moved me like the time my mother brought me to see the meteor show that only occurs once every decade. The shooting stars that fill up the clear night sky, that scene was simply beautiful. The happiness of being able to witness them. That is the feeling I had when I saw Finn's smile. Unexpectedly admiring her smile, I turn my gaze outside to hide my red face. Thanks to that, I lost my chance to correct her misunderstanding. I ended up thinking that being misunderstood as a good person by Finn might not be a bad thing. In the end, I couldn't correct her misunderstanding. Chapter 3. SS Rank Adventurer. Good grief, what a terrible situation. Donning the appearance of Silver, I look at the monster nest in question with Sebas from a distance. The rank of the monster that appeared in the territory of Duke Clynet is AA. It is the fourth highest rank from the top of the system that ranks monsters into ranks of F to SS. They are monsters that would require a party of 5A rank adventurers to deal with. They are a little too much for the adventurer guild inside the Empire. In fact, Duke Clynet already issued a request to the guild and they dispatched a 6-man party of 4B ranks and 2A ranks adventurers. However, they couldn't complete the request. It couldn't be helped since they have to deal with the mother slimes here. At a mountain a little away from the Dutch's capital. There were countless slimes there. A single slime is a trash monster, but it tends to gather together. These guys travel around and devour crops in the territory, so the Duke has to dispatch the knights to chase them away. If you asked me the reason why the slimes have gathered this much, then the answer would be the presence of a rare monster called Mother Slime that is lurking in the mountain. As the name suggests, Mother Slime is the parent of those slimes. It is a monster that has the ability to reproduce children. It absorbs everything, changes them into nutrition, and continues to produce more slimes. It is a troublesome monster that can even destroy a country. Its countermeasure is to seek out the mother slime's nest before it can start breeding and subjugate it. However, by the time the Duke issues the request to the Adventurer Guild, it was already too late. According to the record, the amount of slimes that was produced by Mother Slime is already reached the number of an army. For now we have to get rid of the Mother Slime or there will be no end to it. It is as you said, but how do you plan to explain to the adventurers who have already accepted the request? That's the problem. Adventurers are basically outlaws. Unlike the noble society, there is no need for you to yield to others even when the other party has a higher standing. They are fully committed to the request they received for themselves to protect the trust that was placed in them. Such adventurers will not forgive even an SS rank adventurer if he interferes with their quest. It would be a different matter if there is an official letter from the guild, but right now I am completely interfering with their quest. That is the part one like about adventurers, but right now that is exactly the root of our problem. Depending on their attitude, this might take some time. Honestly, we don't have time for that. I can only ask for the local adventurers' understanding. You head back first. I will do something about this myself. May the fortune of war be with you. I part ways with Sebas and head down to the adventurers that are camping near the mountain. After all, if I take Sebas with me, they might get suspicious and they might be able to connect the dots to my real identity. My. Everyone, seems like SS rank adventurer Sama came out of his way here to meet us. Hearing the words of the red-haired young man who acts as a lookout, the adventurers come out of their tent. 5 men and 1 woman. Their eyes look stern. I'm Abel, the leader of this party. The rank is A. I must look like a small fry from your perspective though. I am SS rank adventurer, Silver. I hold the hand that Abel offered. I lightly hold on to his hand, but Abel strongly grabbed my hand as if he is trying to break it off. As expected, he is pissed with me. I heard from the Duke that you came as reinforcements, but if I just say, yes, I understand, I wouldn't be an adventurer anymore. You know that, right? Yeah, I know. Interfering with other adventurers' quest is a violation of our manner. You also know that, right? Yeah, of course. When I lower my hand, I turn to the other 5 adventurers. Looking at the way they are standing, the other A rank seems to be the woman. She has her brown hair made into a short ponytail, her face is being hidden by the hat, but I think that she is definitely a woman. Her clothes are completely that of a boy. I think people who mistook her for a man were not few. She is probably acting as a support for Abel's party. Since she remains silent, it means that she has no intention to interrupt Abel. If that is the case, then I have to convince Abel somehow. Of course, you say? If you understand that, then why are you trying to interfere with our business? You even used your noble connection. An adventurer like you shouldn't have any problem getting your own quest right. What you want to say is reasonable. I also understand your dissatisfaction. So if you want to shout at me or beat me up, I will not complain. What? But I want to ask you, as an adventurer to another adventurer, can you manage this situation? Abel doesn't answer. The same applies to the other adventurers. It is easier to say that they can. However, to an adventurer, the trust itself is their life. They can't afford to say that they can do it when the request at hand is the one that couldn't be easily resolved. These 6 adventurers here are the highest level adventurers in this region. Perhaps they did not accept this quest on their own but were persuaded by the guild staff themselves. However, what they found was a much worse situation than they first heard about. Mother Slime is a monster that varies in strength. If it continues to take in nourishment inside its nest, then it will keep becoming stronger. Then it will keep birthing more slimes. Each time it births more slimes, it will be weakened. However, each child's slimes will bring more and more nutrients back to its mother, and eventually the mother slime will become unstoppable. If the situation keeps worsening like this, the whole region will be threatened if the mother slime is not cleaned up quickly. The mother slime was much bigger than we had heard. We tried challenging it several times, but we can't inflict a fatal wound to it and have to withdraw. We clearly don't have enough firepower. The female adventurer who didn't say anything until now opens her mouth. Hearing her words, Abel clicked his tongue. It seems like Abel also understood that as well. If you absolutely don't want me to interfere with your quest, then I will not. However, for the safety of this area, I will directly report the current situation to the guild headquarters and have them issue an emergency quest. I will accept that quest and come here again. However, that will surely take a few days. If you can subjugate it in that time frame, then I will not stop you. However, in the next few days, this area will surely be in great danger. I know that. An adventurer at your level wouldn't come all the way out here because of money. You can receive all the rewards. But please leave the subjugation of Mother Slime to me. As an adventurer, I can't let such a threat intensifying more than this. Okay. We admit that we don't have enough power to do this. You do as you please. Abel hangs down his head and sits on the spot. Adventurers are people who built themselves up with their own strength. There is no greater disgrace for adventurers than being unable to complete the quest they received. There are even adventurers out there that would never give up and recklessly continue with their quest and end up dying. In that sense, Abel is a smart adventurer who can take the hints from his surroundings. Sorry, everyone. Abel apologized to all of his party members. If he was alone, then he might recklessly push on, but he properly thought about his party members. He is a good leader. It is thanks to your attacks on the mother slime that the situation only progressed this much. If you guys were not here, then this area would be overrun with slimes already. Originally, this is a quest that required a party consisted of A-rank adventurers or higher. You have done well. The guild must be grateful for your work as well. Ha! To think that there would be a day an SS-rank adventurer would give me praise. Lay down the sarcasm. I am really grateful to you. I will consider that I am in your debt. If something happened, reach out to the Imperial Capital Branch. I will help you. Saying so, I reach out my hand toward the mountain. I ignore the 6 adventurers' doubtful gazes and started chanting. I am an agent of the divine. I act on behalf of heaven and earth. The time of judgment has come. Tremble, sinner, delight, innocent. My word is the word of God. My blow is the blow of God. In my hand is the flame that can torch the world. O flame of heaven, reduce the sinner to ashes. Execution prominence. 8-verse long chanting. A stupidly huge magic circle deployed from my outstretched hand. The magic that has been passed down to the present day don't have a magic that requires a chant this long. The longest is only 7 verses long. To use a magic that requires 8 verses chanting would mean that magic is not of the present day magics. A magic that was invented in the time that magic once flourished. That is ancient magic. Because it can only be performed by those with talent, as a result, it was forgotten and disappeared into the legend. The only way to revive them is to read from the precious tomes that were left behind. That is why there are only a few practitioners of ancient magic on the continent. Of course, there are only a few of them that people are aware of. So in a sense, you can say that these 6 people have experienced something truly valuable. A huge amount of magic power rise from the giant magic circle. Then 6 small magic circles appeared around the original magic circle. The small magic circles spin around the giant magic circle. Then as the magic power has risen to the point that it would collapse, a flash of bright flame was released from the magic circle. It burns down the mountain in a blink of an eye along with the slimes that made that mountain into its nest. Not only that, the mountain itself was completely burned out. The only thing left behind is the darkened land. With this, the slime's number will not increase anymore. Seriously, this is the ancient magic of an SS rank adventurer. Abel and the female adventurer whisper. The others remain silent, trying to understand what just happened in front of them. A magic that can blow away a mountain. That is something that is already close to a legend. It is normal that you can't wrap your head around it when it suddenly happened in front of you. Can I leave reporting to the guild to you? You should go yourself. We didn't do anything. You are the hero that saved the duchy, you know. Sorry, but I am not interested. I have other businesses as well. I will leave the rest to you. I said so and left the place using transfer magic. The destination is a room inside the mansion of Duke Kleinet. It is the room that was assigned to me. Prince Arnold is supposed to remain in the duchy. He would receive Silver's report about how he subjugated the mother slime alongside the Duke and finish the talk regarding his cooperation. After that, my job would be over. Until then I can't let my guard down. Thinking so, I remove my silver mask. What? It was only after I heard the voice that I realized how fatally careless I was. A situation that one never expected just occurred. It was such a tone of voice. Hearing the familiar voice, the first thing I felt was regret. I thought that no one was in the room. It is the room that was assigned to a prince, so I thought that no one would ever enter it unless they received permission. I turned around to look. When I look at the face I saw, the regret well up inside me again. Finn. Prince Arnold. Standing there is the peerless beauty and the daughter of the Duke. A girl that I couldn't seal her lips so easily. Finn is there. Chapter 4. Sharer of Secret. There is a tray of sweets in Finn's hand. She was probably going to bring me some refreshments and entered the room when I didn't answer her call. I told them that I don't need any food, so I thought that no one would come into my room. To think that there is such a miscalculation. Prince Arnold. The person that transferred in just now was, and that appearance. Isn't that Silver Sama's? Can I trick her if I say that it is my hobby to dress up like this? No, that's probably impossible. Then should I kill her? That's impossible too. Finn is a favorite of the Emperor. If something were to happen to her, then the Emperor will personally investigate it, and the prime suspect would definitely be me. If I became such a suspect, then Leo's part in the succession war will be over. I can't trick her, and I can't seal her lips either. I don't see the way out of this situation. Why did you enter my room? I baked some sweet, so I thought that I should bring some to your highness. And since your highness didn't answer the door, I thought that something happened, so. Seeing Finn's sorry expression while her body getting smaller and smaller made my hostility dissipated as well. My willingness to take hard measures against her also disappeared. However, I can't leave her like this. You know my secret. As long as that is the case, I can't afford to let you go without doing anything. I will not tell anyone that the true identity of Silver is a prince. You are saying it in such a loud voice though. Calm down. I already erected a soundproof barrier. No matter what you say, it will never leak outside. Is that so? Thank you very much. Finn's cheeks blushed embarrassingly. It seems like she doesn't realize how bad the situation she is in. If the outside can't hear anything from this room, that means no matter what I do to Finn right now, she can't call for help. Don't you think that I will do something to you? Like what? I might kill you to keep your mouth shut, for example. Your Highness is. That is not possible. But if that is the thing that your Highness must do, then I will accept it. I don't remember being trusted that much though. If you are Silver, then you must have already defeated the monsters, right? Then you are the hero who saved our duchy. And the fact that you came here as a prince and performed various elaborate performances is also for your little brother's sake, right? That is why I trust you. A person who can move for someone else's sake like you must be a kind person. Saying so, Finn shows a smile filled with kindness. She is really a good person since she is willing to believe that much in others. As she knows that I am Silver, she must also know that every step I took was to cause the downfall of the Duke and to have him support us using the debt of gratitude. Even so, Finn still believes in me. That trust cannot be betrayed. The only one who knows my secret is Sebas. And Sebas will never betray me. If the secret leaks out, I will never forgive you. So never tell anyone about this. Yes, I understand. Hearing her cheerful reply, I sigh. I thought about using illusion magic to make her think that everything is a dream, but surely it will eventually get exposed. And after it was exposed, it will become a fatal opening against us. Then it is better to have Finn believe in me like this. From our exchanges, I can mostly understand Finn's personality. If the secret is leaked, it will only be to the people that are close to her. It will not be too late even if I leave the hard measures for that time. To think that the secret I have been guarding for such a long time would be exposed like this. Please cheer up. You can have some sweets. I will pour you some tea as well. While looking at Finn, who is happily arranging her sweets on the table and started preparing the tea, I retort in my mind. It's your fault, all right. Section. That concluded the report for this incident. Abel, who just returned to the duchy capital, kneeled in front of the Duke and gave his report. Hearing everything, the Duke nodded along a few times and conveys his thanks to Abel. Truly well done. I am sorry that it turned into such a harsh request. This is separate from the quest reward, but I want you to have it. Saying so, he puts pouches in front of Abel. There is some money inside. However, Abel shook his head and refused. The reward from the quest will be enough for us, sir. It is as my statement in the earlier report. Silver was the one who led us to resolve the situation. Please forgive us. I see. Yumu, understood. If something happens, I will ask for you again. I will leave it to you at that time. Yes, sir. We will definitely answer your expectations and fulfill your quest with our own hands. Abel leaves after saying so. The only ones left inside are me and the Duke. With this, we are at the conclusion. Yes. I couldn't have enough gratitude for you, Your Highness. Thank you very much. Direct that gratitude to Leo. Both me and Silver are here for Leo's sake after all. Yes. Your Highness, the Ducal House of Clynet will give our full cooperation and backing to Prince Leonard. We will definitely repay your kindness. I can finally exhale in relief after hearing his word. I offer my right hand to the Duke. Seeing that, the Duke take my hand. We will be in your care. We will put His Highness Leonard on the throne without fail. Yeah. With this, Leo will be able to establish himself as the fourth faction in the current three-way succession war. With the prestigious Duke of Clynet on our side, those that are waiting to see which direction the wind will blow will also come to Leo's side. Our father will also recognize Leo as one of his successor candidates. We are finally standing on the start line. I still can't let my guard down, but I still am in a good mood after a job well done. However, the Duke started talking to me looking slightly uneasy. Your Highness, do you have enough manpower on your side? Manpower, huh? I want to say that we have, but it completely isn't enough. There are still nobles that decided to stay neutral as well. To start a negotiation with those nobles, we would need more individuals that we can trust in. I see. I am relieved. Are you going to lend someone to us? Yes, I am thinking about having my daughter accompany you. At? I replied without thinking. The Duke returned my reaction with a bitter smile. It is normal that your Highness will be surprised. I was surprised as well when Finn told me yesterday. Apparently, she wants to repay the princes who saved our territory no matter what. Since my daughter never asked for anything before, I am deeply moved that she said such a thing. No, wait. I am troubled if you put it like that. Don't say that, my prince. That girl is a really famous person in the Imperial capital. His Majesty the Emperor also took a liking on her as well. She will definitely be useful to you. I admit that, but is that fine with you, Duke? There are too many merits to count if we have her on our side. Finn is that useful. However, the reason that she suddenly wants to go to the capital must be the fact that she discovered my true identity yesterday. Honestly speaking, if she remains silently inside her territory, then that would better give me peace of mind. In the Imperial capital, she will have the opportunity to contact a lot of people, and I will not know for sure where the information leaks. So I tried to appeal to the Duke's doting parent heart, but it is what that girl wishes for. Please make use of her somehow. I wanted to appeal to him with his daughter cuteness, but it gave him a boost instead. Just how much of a capable parent are you? I ran out of the excuse to refuse him. In the end, I allowed Finn to accompany me. And then I will be going. Otu-sama, Oni-sama. Yeah, make sure that you become useful, okay? Be careful with your body too. Seeing off by her father and brother, Finn gets into the carriage. She waved to them from the carriage window until their figures disappeared, then she stares at me who is sitting on the opposite side with my eyes shut. Prince Arnold. Although I am not a talented person, but please take care of me. Ha! Are you angry? I am simply amazed. From now on, we will fight the battle for the throne. It is a dark battle filled with countless bloodshed. If you want to withdraw, then you can only do it now, you know. I understand that well. Even so, I want to be helpful. Besides, if I am at your Highness' side, wouldn't it be easier for you to keep an eye on me? No, if you stay inside your territory, then it would give me a much better peace of mind. Looking at Finn waving her hands around in a panic, I sigh again. Letting this kind of girl expose my secret, will I be okay, I wonder? Chapter 5. Imperial Capital Tour. Immediately after we returned to the capital, we head to see Leo. Leo knows that I am making my move, but he doesn't know about my connection with Silver. Therefore, it is necessary to answer his questions about that first. To think that Ni-san has a connection with Silver as well. I know that you have many acquaintances, but I didn't know that you know such an important person. He is not my acquaintance. He was the one that contacted me. He told me that as a proof of trust, he is going to help pull Duke Clynet to our side. That's why I created the story that Silver moved because you asked for his help. Sorry that I have to get your approval after it has already happened. After I give Leo the report about what happened in Leo's room, I explained about Silver to him. If I don't make it like Silver was the one who took the initiative, it would become harder for me to move in the future. Eventually, my connection with Silver will be exposed. I have to prepare for that time as well. It's okay. Ni-san also has your own thoughts on the matter as well, right? Yeah, I didn't immediately tell you because I didn't completely trust Silver. But he accomplished what he said he would do. I think it is fine to trust him for now. However, it is certain that he is a man with many mysteries. We don't know his reason to cooperate with us either. It would be wise not to trust him completely for now. I see. I want to meet him too. I will relay that to him, but since he went out of his way to reach out to me, I don't think that man has any plans to meet you directly right now. I know how to contact him, but it still depends on him whether he would respond or not. Since he won't follow our order directly, I think he is something like a joker that only moves as he pleases, so let's not rely too much on him. Understood. But thanks to him, the Clinate Duchy was saved and the Duke also gave us his cooperation, right? So I think that he must be a good person. Everyone is a good person with you. Giving up, I sigh. I feel like I have been sighing like this a lot lately. The reason is needless to say, since there is another person with the same type of personality as Leo. By the way, I heard that the Duke sent a person to help us, but who did he send? The Duke can't come here personally after all. Yeah, that's right. Sebers, can you call her for me? Yes, sir. I asked Sebers, who was standing by in the corner of the room, to bring Finn, who is in the nearby room here. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Your Highness Leonard. I am the eldest daughter of Duke Clinate, Finn von Clinate. Please take care of me. Finn gracefully pinches the helm of her skirt and performs a curtsy. Without being surprised, Leo responds to her in a perfect manner. I am the 8th Prince, Leonard Lakes Adler. I never thought there would be an opportunity for me to speak with the Blaumo herself. You are much more beautiful up close. It is my honor to finally meet you. My, what a skilled person. It is my honor to be able to meet Arnold Sama's little brother. I am relieved since Your Highness is a gentle person like Arnold Sama said you would be. Ni-san spoke about me. That is intriguing. Can I hear what he said? Yes, I would be happy to. I will prepare some tea. Thank you. It took them less than a minute to have a heart-to-heart. My brother is so scary. His ability to slip into other people's good side is already a talent. There are a few common topics between the two. Naturally, since they don't have many points of contact, they are often raising the topic about me. I can only make a cramped expression when they are talking about me. Leo must have noticed that and direct the conversation toward me. Speaking of which, Ni-san, what kind of cooperation from Finn-san do you have in mind? Basically, I will have her be our negotiator. And later, I will have her frequently travel from her mansion in the capital to our place. That will show that Duke Clinate is on our side. That is about it for now. I have already talked about Silver with her. You don't have to worry about that. She knows that I tricked her family and still cooperate with us. You made it sound like I am a bad person again. The fact that our house has angered Silver-sama was the truth, but it is also true that Arnold-sama has mediated between us. Wouldn't it be fine if we leave it at that? That's good. I think so as well. Ni-san's flaw is that he tends to put himself down too much after all. It is like there are two Leo. Well, if we are going to gather more ally, then it would be good to collect more people like this. My trouble will increase though. This is my style, so don't worry about me. More importantly, Leo, did you gather allies in the capital? It's hard to say. The influential people inside the capital were already taken by those three after all. I tried to change the topic by asking how Leo is doing on his end, but it was as I expected. Even if they know that Duke Clinate is backing Leo, the only one who will move is the neutral faction. In the first place, those who are already taken in by the three rivals cannot move. That should be what was going on when they don't know that the Duke supported us. I don't know much about the Imperial capital's circumstances, so can you tell me about the three rivals that you were talking about? Haven't you tell her? She keeps asking unrelated questions on the way here, so I don't have enough power left for the explanation. I am sorry. It's fine. It is normal that he would be troubled. He is basically a person that always deflects a talk like that after all. He is. It was because that was too troublesome to deflect though. Or, I took a sidelong glance at the sad-looking Finn and grabbed 3 jewels inside the room, then arranged them on the table to make the explanation easy to understand. These are our 3 rivals. The first one is this blue jewel. The second prince, Eric Lakes Adler, 28 years old. He has most of the cabinet ministers on his side and is known as the intelligent prince. The second one is this red jewel. The third prince, Gordon Lakes Adler, 26 years old. He heads out to the battlefield as the most powerful asset of our army. He is in the military faction. And the third one is this green jewel. The second princess, Xandra Lakes Adler, 22 years old. She is excellent in magic and has a lot of support from the magicians throughout the empire. These 3 are aiming for the throne while expanding their power. There are other members of the Imperial family that are aiming for the throne, but you cannot compare them to these 3. The civil officials, the military, and the magician. They have their own solid support base. The state that the nobles are taking advantage of this and build up their own power, that is the current succession war. This began 3 years ago, when our eldest brother, the crown prince, passed away on the battlefield. I have heard. My father used to say that if the wise first prince is still alive, something like a succession war would never happen. I couldn't agree more. If that person is still alive, then this annoying stuff would never exist in the first place. On the contrary, it is exactly because that person died that the others got the chance. I remember the sense of wrongness about that. He was both dignified and brave. His personality was also excellent, like an upgraded version of Leo. Would a person like that went and die on the battlefield? There was an investigation, and the emperor himself was the one who personally investigated the case, so it is proven that it was not plotted by someone, but I can't shake off the feeling that there is some scheme hidden deep inside all of that. However, bringing up the dead will not help us. That person is no longer here, and our 3 elder siblings are merciless to their enemy. Leo, unless you take the place of our eldest brother and become the emperor, there will be no path left for us. I know. But, will I be able to do it? Rest assured. I guarantee you can do it. Saying so, I slap Leo's back. Seeing Leo break into a fit of coughs, I and Finn laughed. Section. The streets of the capital are always busy. Finn looked at such a street and turned around toward me. Arnold-sama. What is that? That is an appraisal store. That place has a certificate, so their fees are quite high. And you can just call me Earl. Will that be okay? Using a nickname? I will be troubled if people noticed my identity by chance, so just call me Earl. Even if I call you with that afterward as well? Finn turns to look at me expectantly. There are only a few people who call me Earl. However, if she wants to call me that, there is no reason to stop her. Do as you like. Yes. Earl-sama, what are you looking so happy about? While I am impressed that such a small thing like this can make her happy, I keep guiding her around the capital. On the way, we dine at a local restaurant. After that, I show her the important facilities of the capital. We don't have much time, so just guiding her around the capital took us quite some time. When the time comes when I thought that we should head back soon, Finn found an accessory store. Don't take long, okay? Yes. Since she looked at me like she was pleading to take a look inside, I give her my permission. Since she doesn't say anything herself, I can't say that she is willful. However, as one's eyes can convey the feeling as much as one's mouth, the power of the thing she said with her eyes wasn't half-baked at all. How many times has it been? As I am tired, I didn't enter the store. I lean my back on the pillar in front of the store and wait. However, one of the customers did not let me rest at all. My, if it isn't the dull prince. Hearing an unpleasant voice laden with sarcasm, I knit my eyebrows. Honestly, I have to run into a guy that I don't want to meet. The person that appeared is a young man with brown hair made into a bob hairstyle, surrounded by his entourage. His long lanky clothes and his hairstyle senses are, simply put, bad. However, it seems like he thinks that it looks cool, so he is brimming with confidence. His name is Jide von Horsfarth. He descended from Horsfarth House, which is the house that ranked number 2 of the oldest noble houses in the empire. and despite my unwillingness, my childhood friend. The Horsfarth house possesses a territory near the imperial capital. Thus, he has a residence in the imperial capital and often came to the castle. Since we are the same age, adults around us stuck me and Leo with him. He often accompanies us in lessons and training. That is the relationship we have. However, he only put on a good face in front of Leo and bully me behind his back. His entourage is also his bully comrades from that time. I never retaliate, nor have I never tell the adults. Moreover, the adults that noticed also overlooked him. It must have been quite a sight for them. Seeing a prince with a much higher status than their own getting bullied might give them a sense of superiority after all. After we grew up, he often gets involved with me like this. Jide. It's rare to meet you in a place like this. I spotted a shabby-looky face that shouldn't even be considered a prince when I was riding on my carriage, you see. I thought I had to call out to you as one of the imperial nobles. Well, thanks. What is that attitude? Jide pushes my face with the walking stick in his hand and speaks with an irritated expression. Do you think that I can't hit you because we are in public? No one would raise a voice even if I beat you up, you know. Nobody cares about your face anyway. I wonder. Leo has gotten famous recently. People might already come to know my face, right? It's not like every citizen can remember the faces of all the imperial family members. Even with my notoriety, they should only know that I have black hair and black eyes. I appeared in front of the people in some ceremonies, but since they were far away, there's no way that they can grasp our accurate appearance. However, recently Leo has become famous. There's no doubt that it would become a big problem if he hit me who has the same face. You are not Leonard. People can tell just by looking at you. You always dressed sloppily and your eyes are always looking downward. It's the sign of how unconfident you are. Who would think that you are a member of the imperial family? Your behavior itself is nothing close to one. Saying so, Jide hit my shin with his stick. My face grimaced with a sharp pain, but I don't fall down. I can't afford to make a scene here. It still looks like someone is being picked on by the noble, but if people recognize my face as a member of the imperial family, then it will cause a fuss. If it becomes like that, then it will be troublesome no matter the result. Now, what to do? What is happening? I almost click my tongue. To think that she would show up now. Can you please do not mess up the situation? Finn look at the stick Jide used to hit me with and openly show her anger. Insolent. NN. Who is that? Your servant. I see, so you are a rude person. Saying so, Finn removed her hood. For a moment, Jide absent-mindedly admires her beauty, but once he knows who he is talking to, he jumped in surprise. Why, you are. Fie, Miss Finn. Yes, I am Finn von Kleinet. And you are. I am Jide von Horsfarth, the eldest son of Duke Horsfarth. The son of the venerable Duke Horsfarth? That is unfortunate. I thought that you would be a person who behaves himself with more honor. Jide begins to make an excuse for Finn, who has a disappointed expression. He looks extremely unsightly. It was unthinkable coming from Jide, who always fuss over his dignity. To be criticized in front of a crowd like this, it is probably something his pride wouldn't allow. It's a misunderstanding. This guy is Prince Arnold Lakes Adler. You think that it would be okay no matter what you do to the dull prince? Do you have no respect or loyalty toward the imperial family? No, it's not like that. I look at Finn. It would be bad if Finn makes Jide lose face here. Finn is the Blau Mo. On top of the fact that she is extremely famous in the capital, she is also the Emperor's favorite. It would be easy to have her save me here, but I can't allow her to antagonize Jide. There is no need to make a useless enemy like this. If I let him do as he pleases, then Jide would be satisfied, and if he one-sidedly hit me, then only his reputation will fall. I tried to tell her to stop with my eye, but Finn doesn't pay it any mind. Then she says something outrageous. In the first place, do you think that I am accompanying Prince Arnold? What? Finn looks straight at me. Recognizing what she wanted to do, I sigh. If it's like this, then I can do nothing but follow through with Finn's plan. This is troubling, Finn-san. Since you don't want this to become a rumor, I was pretending to be Ni-san, you know. My deepest apologies. Leo-sama. Leonard. Yeah, that's right. Jide-san. I fix my hair and stand up straight. I imitate Leo's tone of voice and change my expression into a gentle one. Seeing my transformation, Jide's face turned blue immediately after he remembered what he had done. Leonard. It's not like that. This is It's fine, Jide-san. I know that you have been doing something like that to Nii-san. As long as Nii-san doesn't say anything, I also have no intention to move as well. But we have to excuse ourselves for today. I am in the middle of guiding Fin-san after all. Gee, got it. Jide head back with a bad expression. If it's me, in case something happened to Leo, then I might bring up the respect and loyalty toward the Imperial family like Fin did as well. At the very least, Leo is the fourth faction in the succession war. Unlike me, he is a prince that might become an emperor. Jide must understand that it would be bad if he let the situation worsen like that as well. I hurriedly return my appearance back to normal. However, you really have to do that? I am sorry. Let's go. First, we have to get away from this place. We gathered too much attention. We walk toward the castle at a quick pace. I stopped when we are close to the castle and look at Fin. Fin is looking at me with a face like she wanted to cry. You arbitrarily did that, right? I am truly sorry. If you just leave it alone, then it only would lower that guy's reputation. But with this, that guy will at the very least be hostile toward you and Leo. Moreover, because they have the information that Leo might be moving around while pretending to be me, that information would make it harder for me to move. If I keep on like this, then she might really cry as tears are already accumulating in Fin's eyes. Seeing that, I look away. No matter what I say to Fin now, nothing will change. I can't blame her for what happened. If you have learned, then next time don't do something like that by yourself. It can be dangerous for you too, so don't do it again. Yes. She is still looking like she is about to cry. Looking at Fin hanging her head, I am at a loss. In the end, since I can't do anything, I open my mouth. But I understand that you did that for my sake. Thanks. Ulsama. Sorry that it has to end with a bad aftertaste when you were having a lot of fun. No. It is not Ulsama's fault. It was all because of my thoughtlessness. I will be more careful next time. That's why. Can you guide me around again? Yeah, next time I will disguise myself as well. Hearing so, Fin's expression immediately got better and she smiled brightly. It was worth going out of my way to guide her around the capital to see that smile. Thinking so, I bring Fin back to the castle. Arc 2. Knights Hunting Festival. Chapter 6. Rivals. Even if you are a child of the Emperor, it doesn't mean that you get to see him every day. The reason is simple. It is because the Emperor who rules over such a vast empire is always busy. Almost every day the Emperor has a meeting with his subjects, and the only ones who can participate are those who hold important positions. The Privy Council, the only one who can participate in such an imperial council among the Emperor's children, is only the second prince. However, on that day, the princes and princesses in the imperial capital were ordered to participate in that Privy Council. This is unusual. I wonder what is happening. It is not the once-a-year thing either. Is there some kind of an announcement, I wonder? I don't expect him to stop this blood-soaked succession war either. Rather, he is a person who would think that only the one who won such a succession war is worthy to become the next emperor. He is an emperor before being a parent. Some would say that it is an emperor's duty to prepare a suitable successor who can protect and develop this vast empire. For that, he has to turn a blind eye to some sacrifices. Announcement her. I hope it is a good one. 10-1, it is going to be bad. While having such a conversation, we headed toward the throne room. Section. Everyone, thank you for coming. We are honored by your summon, Your Majesty. Everyone bows to the blonde-haired man on the throne. The 31st Emperor of the Adrasia Empire, Johannes Lakes Adler. Even though he is already 51 years old, but he looks like he is still in his early 40s. He is the reigning emperor of this empire that aged for more than 600 years, as well as our father. The people around him consisted of only high-ranking civil and military officials. Their gazes point straight at us, the emperor's children. There are 11 of us today. 9 princes and 2 princesses. No one seems to be absent. It's a shame that my eldest daughter is still at the border. Well, let's put that aside. I am happy, my children. Including our eldest brother who passed away, my father has 13 children. He is looking at us with satisfaction in his eyes. The eldest is 28 years old while the youngest is 10 years old. It is rare for us to gather together like this. Among us, a man with a big body frame speaks up. Your Majesty, what is the occasion today? If it's a war, then please send me out by all means. Without sparing the might of the empire, I will crush the enemy for you. He is a red-haired man with huge armor. The third prince, Gordon Lake Sadler. He is one of the empire's generals, and among the prince, he is the one who possesses the most military might. Some people describe him as intimidating, but for me, the word I would use is arrogant. He is that much of a self-important man. The pro-war faction and high-ranking military officials are Gordon's ally. If he becomes the emperor, undoubtedly the empire will continue to take the territorial expansion policy. He might lead us to fight against the other continental powers, and we might be able to unify the continent under his rule. He would be a good emperor for those who are hungry for war. For those who don't wish for war, he would be close to the worst emperor they could ask for though. Gordon, you never change her. The only thing you talk about is war this, war that. Do you still have a brain left in there? Look, His Majesty is troubled too, you know. Seeing father making a bitter smile, a woman with long green hair spoke out. Covering her body in a black robe, she is the second princess, Xandra Lake Sadler. Her face is good, but her eyes give off a bad vibe. Thanks to that, she gives an overall severe impression. Perhaps her bad personality is as bad as her eyes suggested. In fact, the impression you got from her isn't wrong. Among our elder sisters, the one who has the most brutal personality is unmistakably Xandra. Maybe it was because she has such a personality, she is delving into the forbidden magic technique and revive them one after another. That's the reason she is popular among the magicians. If she becomes the empress, then the empire would surely become a magical superpower. However, it might also become a mad country where inhumane researches are permitted. Fun. A weak magician like you probably wouldn't understand. It is a warrior honor to fight and perish on the battlefield. If you are going to deny me that, I will crush you. Ara. What a dangerous thing to say. If you want honor that much, then shall I gift-wrapped it for you? The atmosphere turned severe in an instant. I wonder who is the dangerous one here. Aren't both of you offered to kill each other just now? Well, they wouldn't go that far in front of the emperor. The nerves these guys have. As I thought so, a blue-haired man coughed. Please forgive my younger brother and sister's rudeness, Your Majesty. Saying so, he lowers his head. Among the children, he is the one closest to the emperor. Wearing a pair of glasses, he is a tall man with sharp eyes. The second prince, Eric Lake Sadler. The only one among the children who have the right to attend the Privy Council, holding the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He is the genius who oversees the empire diplomacy. As an intellectual, he is considered to be better than the crown prince and is currently the man who is closest to the throne. If he becomes the emperor, the empire will definitely be safe. However, the people under his rule of logic and reason will undoubtedly feel suffocated. And to this realist man, he will never leave the seed of the future rebel alone. If this man becomes the emperor, we will definitely be killed. That's why we have no choice but to participate in this succession war. Eric, who apologizes in their places, is being stared at by Gordon and Xandra. The good part was taken by Eric after all. It's fine. Competition is a good thing. I did just that when I became the emperor after all. This competition will eventually end up as a slaughter. Everyone here knows that. Even so, the emperor still approves it. That's because he believes that it is for the good of the empire. Now, that is why I thought up a way for everyone to compete. It is the reason that I gathered all of you today. If it is a competition of strength, then it is exactly what I want. Well, slow down, Gordon. Don't take things so simple like that. What would you do if you have to compete with your 10-year-old brother? So, to that end, for the first time, I am thinking about reviving a festival that has been abandoned for decades. Festival, Your Majesty? Hearing Eric's question, the emperor nod and give him a daring smile. In his younger days, he was a warrior whose name resounded on the battlefield. The army he led has the reputation of being undefeated. That side of him often comes out with his fearless smile. The Knights Hunting Festival. It is the festival where each of the Imperial Knight Orders competes against each other with the rarity and the size of the monster they hunted. It was a festival that often organized during the old days when there were still many monsters running rampant in the Empire, but we no longer organize it nowadays because the adventurers are so excellent. I want to revive that festival. The Imperial Knight Order is the most elite of the Empire. Different from the knights that serve the feudal lords, they are the knights that report directly to the Emperor. They act as the trump card of the Empire. When the army hit a roadblock, they are the ones we sent out to assure the victory of the Empire. They are the Emperor's sword whose loyalty lies solely in the Emperor. If it is the festival that mobilizes such a knight order, then it must be quite big. I see. The monster has been active as of late after all. However, will the Adventurer Guild allow this? The adventurer's job is to protect the people of this continent from the monsters. In other words, their job is monster hunting. Of course, there are other requests besides that, but most of the requests are still monster-related jobs. To those adventurers, they wouldn't find a festival that takes away their job to be enjoyable. Don't worry. I have already got permission from the guild's headquarters. Since their branch offices around the Empire can't deal with the rare monsters that appeared recently, it seems like they really want us to give them a hand. I heard that Duke Kleinet was troubled by such monsters too. Consider it as cooperation between us and the guild. It's not something I can just accept. What he said about the guild. The reason why guild branch offices are in the location with a few monsters is that the Empire has to pay the maintenance fee for it. It is like when a monster appears, the Empire says, "Hey, there's a monster, take care of it." However, the branch office in Duke Kleinet's territory didn't do the thing that they were paid to do. Since Silver didn't solve the incident on the guild's behalf as he took a different route to do the job, you cannot say that the guild did it. Considering all that, the correct exchange between them would be this. What do you mean you can't even take care of a single monster even after we paid so much money to you? We're sorry. I want to hold a monster hunting festival. You are going to approve that, right? No, that is. Getting an approval is a little. Then give us some good adventurers then. That is. Which is it? We will approve of the festival. Something like that, I think. He is the father of these villainous children after all. There's no way he wouldn't use what happened at Kleinet Ducal as a bargaining chip. The guild headquarters must be in a tight spot between the local adventurers and the Empire as well. Well, it is certainly true that monsters that never appear in the Imperial territory before have been appearing recently. Moreover, they are high-level monsters too. If no countermeasures are taken, the damage will start to spread to the people, their crops, and even the adventurers themselves. In that sense, it is a sound strategy to have the Imperial Knight Order hunt down those rare monsters. If we organize a festival, we can make money, improve morale, and people can feel safe as well. As expected of the Emperor. He thought up a good strategy. However, the problem is that he is planning to use us at this festival too. Understood. In other words, you want us to lead the Knight Order to hunt the monsters, correct? As expected of you, Eric. You guessed it. I have allocated the knights to each of you. You can go out to hunt the monster together with them. I don't mind if you sit back and wait for the result either. Anyhow, I want this festival to be exciting. Saying so, the Emperor bring the conversation to an end. The reason that he goes out of his way to allocate the knights himself must be because he wanted to prevent his children from recruit all the excellent knights to themselves. Moreover, what he said about going out hunting with the knights or relax and wait for the result, at first it looked like he was being considerate for those who are not good at leading the troop. However, the knights will never swear their loyalty to those who can't go out to the front line with them. It is a fatal weakness for those who are aiming for the throne. The Emperor must want to say that even if you can't fight, you must at least have enough resolve to stand on the same battlefield as them. If we can't show him that, then we don't have the right to aim for the throne. Her. Your Majesty, I understand about the festival, but I have a question I would like to ask. What is it? Gordon. What will be the reward for the winner? If it is something cheap, then that wouldn't serve as a motivation. Fumu, that's right. What do you want? Of course, I want the seat of the crown prince. Gordon fearlessly said so. Xandra is staring at him. If a look could kill, then he would already be dead right now. Eric still seems to be cool on the surface, but inside he must be quite irritated. You really are honest. Her. Alright, as an answer to your honesty, I will be honest with you as well. I will not decide on the next crown prince at this kind of festival. Naturally, if a crown prince was decided at a festival like this, we would become a laughingstock of the other countries. That's right, Xandra. However, it doesn't mean I am not going to give you a reward. So, I will appoint the winner as my ambassador plenipotentiary, a diplomat, invested with the full power of independent action on behalf of the emperor in a foreign country. To which country they will be dispatched to will be decided after we consider the future movements of other countries. Everyone stop breathing. If a prince or princess was appointed as the ambassador plenipotentiary, at the very least they would treat you as a successor candidate in their dispatched country. And you would be able to connect the pipe between the empire and that country as well. For those participating in the succession war, it would be an irresistible post. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it wouldn't be as beneficial to Eric, but even so, he would want the position. Above all, it would damage his pride as the Minister of Foreign Affairs if other candidates were to deprive him of his complete authority over diplomatic affairs. As long as he has something to lose, Eric will probably get serious. The Knight Order is the most elite of the Empire. The Knights will probably give their all no matter who they were assigned to. In the end, it will be depending on the prince or princess's disposition. It seems like things are going to get troublesome. Thinking so, I started concocting a plan to let Leo win this. Chapter 7. My natural enemy, the hero. It has become really troublesome. Seriously. This is a pinch for us. The next morning, I immediately invited Sebas and Finn to my room for a strategy meeting. As expected, Sebas seems to understand the seriousness of the situation. A pinch? Isn't this a chance for Leo-sama to show off his ability? The knights were equally allocated by His Majesty as well, and Ulsama should know how excellent Leo-sama is, right? That sigh just now is to make fun of me, right? I know that much. Hearing Finn's shout, I reluctantly start explaining. Actually, Finn's idea is not wrong. Only half of it, that is. This festival is both a chance and a pinch. It is a chance because there's a possibility for Leo to become the ambassador plenipotentiary. The reason that it is a pinch at the same time is if one of our three rivals become the ambassador plenipotentiary, the distance between us that we finally managed to close will widen again. Although we are now the fourth faction, we are still considerably weaker than the other three. If one of them takes the position, the other two can still somehow manage, but we don't have that kind of leeway. Unless there is a drastic change, we will have to drop out of the succession war. Is that the case? This is bad. We have to hurry and do something about it. Finn started to panic. She gets up from her chair and pacing around the room. I leave her alone and address Sebas. Did you gather the information? There aren't many available, Your Highness. It seems like the Knight Order just heard about it yesterday themselves. This matter must be mostly decided by His Majesty and his close aide alone. If that's the case, then the tricks we have up our sleeves are limited. The issue here is all depending on each of the candidates' ability and luck. Will a rare monster appear? Will we encounter them? These things really depend on luck. No matter how strong you are, there's no meaning if you don't have the opportunity to show it. There is another piece of information. The knights are expecting the venue of this festival to be the eastern part of the empire. Eastern part? Why? The eastern part is originally the area where the damage from the monsters is the greatest. It is also the area that the adventurous subjugation can't keep up with the monster population. Also, our Knight Order was dispatched to other areas, but the eastern part was untouched by the previous Knight dispatch. So he left the eastern part alone to let it serve as the festival venue. That's certainly what my father would do. As expected, the knight can't be expected to hunt monsters in every corner of the empire. I thought that there would be some places they couldn't cover, but it seems that place is the eastern part here. If the area that was damaged by the monster becomes the center of the festival, it surely will be crowded with tourists. The rebuild will be easier as well. This is really like Father. The festival's flow is like this. The knights will be dispatched to the eastern part and hunt the monsters there for several days. After that you will have to pick a unit that you are confident in, then His Majesty will give out his judgment and decide the winner. Additionally, the story has already spread, so the merchants are starting to flow to the eastern part as we speak. It is their business opportunity after all. The merchants will not miss it. The scale of this festival has gotten bigger here. The influential people from all over the world will come to see it. This is going to be troublesome. Ulsama, I came up with a plan. Let's hear it then. Finn claps her hand and raised it up. I don't expect anything from her, but it would be a waste not to hear it. Finn is not a good strategist, but she isn't an idiot. She might be able to come up with something strange as well. I think it is fine as long as Ulsama is the winner. It was idiotic of me to place hope in you. Finn-sama. Arnold-sama must act as an incompetence one. It would be unnatural for him to suddenly show some competency here. Ah, that's right. But there's no other way we can win with a certainty left, isn't it? It is as Finn says, for me to take the first place is the most certain way to do this. This is because of the participation of Silver. Of course, the other candidates and their knights can't possibly hold a candle to him. However, if we do that, we will lose our trump card and it would be difficult to make Leo the emperor. If I carry it out, it will lead to separating the valuable popularity. No matter how I think about it, it is a bad move. We have to come up with something else. But there are only a few hands we can play in this situation. The other candidates can play the hand like luring a rare monster to the eastern part, or they could find out the location of a rare monster in advance, but our side lacks human resources to do that. I know. They will definitely do that, but I can also do something similar as well. I can just drive the monster to the east as Silver myself. Why, you can't. Doing something like that. Finn was the first to oppose my proposal. Looking at her, I and Sebas make a bitter smile. She is really similar to Leo. Right, if I do that I might put the people living in the eastern part in harm's way after all. That's why we will not do that. Leo would never approve of such a method as well. In terms of personal feeling, it is the plan that I absolutely don't want to take. My pride as an adventurer won't allow me to do that. But if there's no other way left, I might have to do it. However, that's not the case now. If the other candidates besides Leo turn out to be tyrants, then it would be a different story, but what is at stake right now is only mine, Leo's, and our mother's life. As expected, I can't make the people suffer just for mine and my relative's life. Is that so? I'm glad. Feeling relieved, Finn takes a breath and immediately lowers her head. My deepest apologies. I have blurted out a hasty remark again. Of course, Ulsama would do something like that. It's fine, just say what you thought. Your opinion is always just after all. What do you mean? It means that he likes you, Finn-sama. Even though I didn't say it myself, Finn's face turned red and she covers it with both hands. It's fine for you to get embarrassed by yourself, but the one who said that was Sebas. Not my word. I don't remember saying that I like her though. Then do you hate her? No, that is. So, let's settle that you like her then. Isn't that great, Finn-sama? Yes. Looking at Finn's cheerful smile, I am getting exhausted. In the end, we can't come up with a good idea, so we decided to make it our homework and end the meeting. Section. The next day, I took a guild request as Silver. This is because the guild has notified me that a high-rank quest has come in. I rarely move out twice in a month before. It seems like the matter about the increase in the monster population inside the Empire is true. Well, it doesn't mean that the monster that appeared is strong enough to trouble an SS-rank adventurer like me. The monster that appeared this time is a red Cerberus. It is an extremely strong variant that turned the table on many adventurers before, so the guild has issued out a bounty for its head. Its rank is AAA, the same rank as the King Minotaur I took down previously. Cerberus itself is a rare monster that originally doesn't exist inside the Empire. It must have run away from other adventurers and entered the Empire's territory. I quickly subjugated it, while thinking, don't go wander into the Empire when the Empire is so busy right now. As expected, it wasn't killed in a single blow, it went down after I hit it 3 times with magic. At the last blow, its body was almost gone but its fang was still intact, so I decided to bring that back as evidence of subjugation. As I was performing such adventurous work, a group of cavalry approached me from a distance away. They are riding here with quite a speed. I wonder whose cavalry it is. The lord in this area should have been informed by the guild that Silver was heading here for Cerberus subjugation though. You there. Was the explosion just now your doing? What if it is? How about giving me your name first? While answering the question that came over my back, I recovered the fang and turned around to face the cavalry. Then I froze. Because I found an unexpected person. Riding on top of the horse was a beautiful girl. She has long sakura-colored hair and jade-colored eyes. Her straight back and strong look give me the impression of a strong, elegant sword. I know who she is. I know her well. Since I haven't gotten involved with her for several years, I didn't recognize her voice, but as soon as I saw her figure I know who she is. Rather, if you are talking about a person with sakura-colored hair and jade-colored eyes, there's only one person who fits that description in the Empire. I am the captain of the 3rd Corps of the Imperial Knight Order, Elna von Umsberg. I heard that a Cerberus has been rampaging in this area, but perhaps you already subjugated it. Umsberg. Just by hearing that name, the surrounding countries would start to tremble. They are the descendant of the hero who took down the Demon King who shook the continent 500 years ago. After defeating the Demon King, the emperor at the time wanted to pull the hero to his side. However, the hero said he did not need the status of the duke, marquis, or count. He refused every reward offered to him and was about to set out on a journey. The emperor came up with a proposal to that hero. He offered the hero a special peerage, a peerage that only one exists in the whole continent. It was called the Brave. It is the highest rank among the imperial aristocrats. Its standing is even higher than that of a prince, and they practically don't need to bow down to anyone except the emperor. But no one ever complains about such treatment. That is because they are worthy of it. No, they are more than worthy of it because of their military gains that have accumulated for hundreds of years. The guardian of the empire. Elna is the successor of that brave house of Umsberg. And she was the one who protected my weak self from the bullies when I was young. She called me a weakling and gave me a Spartan training, and the thing she planted inside me made me unconsciously can't deal with her, my natural enemy. I dare say, what she did back then was actually bullying. Because of that I unconsciously stepped back. I couldn't speak, but then I remembered that right now my face is hidden behind a silver mask, so I managed to pull myself back together. That's right. Right now I am not Arnold, I am Silver. I am not afraid of Elna. Don't you know just by looking? Seem like the lady from the Brave House doesn't have such a good eye. Her. What did you just say? Ah. See, crap. I have been talking like this for years, so I unconsciously used such a tone on her. This is bad. Judging from that appearance, you are the SS rank adventurer Silver, right? Just because you are a little well off you seem to be quite cocky, right? Elna smiled at me. But I know. Elna often smiles while she is angry. This is undoubtedly her angry smile. This is bad. I don't want to get involved with Elna. If I don't smooth things over now. You have been active around the Imperial capital, so they start calling you the guardian of the capital lately, right? Is it that? Can I take this as a challenge toward our Umsberg house? Guardian of the capital is only something that the people called me. I didn't call myself with such a name, and I am not interested in such a nickname either. Oh, all right. How this? I appealed to her that I am not her enum. Are you saying an insignificant nickname like our Umsberg houses is uninteresting to you? Or are you saying that you thought nothing of our name in the first place? Either way, that is clearly a provocation, right? It's over. Her first impression of me is so bad, no matter what I say she will take it the wrong way. In the first place, Elna super hated losing. Once you start a fight with her, she won't be satisfied unless she wipes the floor with her opponent. If it comes to this then, Let's clear away this long-standing resentment. It seems impossible to build a friendly relationship with her like this anyway. As I collected myself, I give Elna a condescending laugh. Phew, you seem to be quite conscious of my reputation. The Brave House really values their fame here. To think that you are so small-minded to the extent that you can't even tolerate others being complimented. What? You? I will not forgive anyone who dares to say such an insolent thing about my house. Who is the insolent one here? I was subjugating a monster according to the guild's request. But from what you said, you intended to hunt it if I haven't already, right? Isn't that a provocation toward the Adventurer Guild as a whole? I have no such intention. It was for the people. Captain, please calm down. Even if there was a miscommunication, if there was a request from the Adventurer Guild, we would be in trouble. Moreover, we have to hurry to the capital as well. Silver, remember this. The one who is protecting the Empire is us, the Brave House, the knights, and the soldiers, not some adventurers like you. I will remember it. I might immediately forget about it afterward though. Damn you. Looking at the enraged Elna leaving, I thought to myself that I've finally done it. But at the same time, I feel refreshed after I managed to let out my long years of resentment. Elna joined the Imperial Knight Order when she was 11. She is a genius among geniuses. Since she was often assigned important missions, we hardly met since she became a knight. When we met once in a while, because she doesn't have much time, all we managed to do was a short conversation. However, this time I was able to gain an upper hand against her. It felt so good. Now I understand how a bullied child feels when they get their revenge on the bully. It doesn't change the fact that I created an unnecessary enemy though. What am I doing? If the Umsburg House decided to be hostile toward us, then it will entirely be on me. I screwed up. I head back while scratching my head. Chapter 8. The Strongest Knight and the Strongest Adventurer. A few days after I returned to the Imperial capital. The fateful day has come as many people are busy preparing for the festival. Who do you think would come? It must be some of the high-ranking captains. I was waiting for a person in my room at the castle. Today is the day that the Emperor's children will know which of the Knight Corps will be there for the festival. The method is simple. Each of the Knight captains will visit the children's room. Each corps of the Imperial Knight Order has its own number. The smaller the number, the more elite that corps is. Especially the top 3, they are being led by captains of the strongest class. To evenly distribute the war potential, they must have some of the army dropouts included in their rank as well. Anyone is fine as long as it isn't Elna. Saying something like that again. She is the prodigious child of the brave House of Umsburg who joined the Imperial Knight Order at 11 and became a captain at 14, you know. Won't it be great if we can pull her to our side? Her ability alone, that is. I can't deal with her as a person. She is reputed for her high moral and is said to be the next head of the Imperial Knight Order though. That's just only on the outside. Both the people and the knights don't know her true nature. I will never forget the moment I met her. It was when I was 7 years old. Do you know what she said to me after she saved me from the bullies? Well, I wonder. She called me a weakling, you know. Is that a word you would use on a bullied child? And after that, she handed me a wooden sword and started practicing with me. I got beat up one-sidedly, and after that day I start playing inside my house so that I don't have to meet her anymore. I can't deal with her on the subconscious level. It is a terrible story no matter how you take it, right? That woman is the devil herself. I was enthusiastically explaining about her to Sebas, but Sebas only shrugs his shoulders like I am a hopeless child. Damn it. Why doesn't he get it? As I grew restless, the door suddenly opened. There appeared. What is this about a devilish woman? Said the smiling devil, Elna, herself. The moment I see her figure, my face immediately contorted. Then, Sebas, call the knight. There's a devil here. Unfortunately, your highness, I think nobody would come. The strongest knight is already here after all. As expected of you, Sebas. Your highness the prince, Arnold Lake Adler. I, Elna von Umsburg, captain of the 3rd Corps of the Imperial Knight Order, reporting for duty. It has been a few years since we last met, but it seems you are still the same, Your Highness. TSK. Is that sarcasm? Yes, of course. It seems you have become quite popular in the capital here. I heard they are calling you the dull prince. Isn't that great? Yeah, thanks to you. I was having the time of my life. We laugh at each other. Even if we haven't met for several years, we are still childhood friends. Even though I am a prince and she is the daughter of the brave family, we know each other well. We were staring at each other with a smile, but it was me who looks away first. What are you doing here? I don't remember calling for you. Of course I am here because of that festival. Don't you already know? I don't believe it. That's rude. I went through a lot of trouble, you know. I even asked the emperor to let me partner up with you. Don't do anything unnecessary. Are you asking to be targeted by my brother and sister? It's not that I didn't think about it. But you aren't aiming for the throne in the first place, right? That's not the problem here. Damn it. Why do you have to be like this even from back then? I know that she did it while thinking about me, but it doesn't help me accomplish my own goal. For a time like this, I want her to ask father to let her partner with Leo. Well, I don't know if she will do it if I tell her to go over to Leo's side though. At the very least, because Elna is now working with me, my status has changed from a nobody to one of the aces. This made it harder for me to move. Elna is a person that naturally attracts attention. It's safe to say that any covert operation on my part is now impossible. If she joined the other camp I would be troubled, but I am even more troubled because she joined mine. That's Elna for you. It isn't just the problem with our compatibility, I just really don't want her to work under me. I will make sure you win this. Let's make everyone who calls you the dull prince eat their own word. I don't want that. Don't be like that. I already declared so to His Majesty, so we will have to undergo special training. For now, let's see how much you have improved in your horse riding. Now, let's head to the training ground. Sebas. I have a headache. I think it is serious. That certainly sounds bad. It must be some kind of serious mental illness. If you train your mind and body you might be cured, Your Highness. I begrudgingly stare at Sebas, but he totally ignored me. There's not much time left until the night's hunting festival. Nothing would change even if I train for a few days. Having that in mind, I was dragged to the training ground. Section. It hurts. My deepest apologies. I will do it more gently. The next day. I couldn't move from my bed because of the muscle pain, so Finn is applying ointment on me. Anyway, my back is totally out of commission. It is so painful that I don't want to move at all. This is because Elna thoroughly whipped me into shape at her horse riding lessons. That was the first time for me to swing a sword or a spear on horseback. That was extremely harsh. I fell off the horse and hit my back so many times. If this keeps on going every day, I will surely die. Arnold-sama. Elna-sama told me that she prepared another training for you this afternoon. Does her dictionary doesn't have the word rest in it? As expected of the person who is said to be the second coming of the hero. But, Ulsama, as Silver-sama, shouldn't your ability be on par with her? Are you intentionally acting like you can't ride a horse? Arnold-sama is an ancient magic specialist. His basic physical strength is even lesser than that of a normal person. Horse riding, swordsmanship, modern magic, he slacked off on all of those subjects, so his abilities in that regard are nothing special, Finn-sama. Is that so? I thought that the adventurers were all physically strong. Most of them are like that. But I used ancient magic to cover for my poor physical ability, and I don't intend to train my physical ability in the first place. His Highness often used transfer magic to cover his long-distance travel. The time when His Highness went out without using transfer magic, like when he went to the Clinate Ducal, is rare after all. Even then, he used ancient magic to strengthen his body. Without ancient magic, he is a weakling, just like Elna-sama said. I don't have the energy left to refute Sebas's poisonous tongue. I let out a sigh while lying on the bed. However, Sebas calls out to me with a brighter voice. But depending on how you look at it, even if it is a hard time for Your Highness, it has become a good opportunity for Leo-sama. Right. Ha! What do you mean? I decided to give a brief explanation to Finn, who looked like she doesn't understand the situation. Even so, I don't have to give her a detailed explanation either. Elna is said to be the strongest knight. So, even if I won, no one would think that it is my achievement. That is right. It is as Finnsama said, if we can't make Lennartsama the winner, the method with the most certainty is to make Arnoldsama the winner. However, it would be unnatural if Arnoldsama suddenly wins the competition out of the blue. But now we have the strongest card on our hand. I see. Arnoldsama will get serious, right? Well, even if I don't do anything, Elna would have done it by herself anyway. Either case, I think we will win. Elna is that skilled. If I don't get in her way, it is almost certain that we will win. That must be why His Majesty the Emperor paired Arnoldsama with Elnasama. He must be expecting Arnoldsama to pull Elnasama's leg in this competition. The Emperor would never have thought that he just created a tag team between the Empire's strongest knight and the strongest adventurer. Amazed at the happy-looking Finn, I put on my jacket. There are a few more days until the Knights Hunting Festival. I have to do what I can before then. Even in the worst case, I would win and keep the ambassador position away from the others. But the best result here would be Leo's victory. Why is that? Even if Ulsama becomes the ambassador plenipotentiary and builds a connection with other countries, wouldn't it eventually become Leo-sama's in the end? Even so, it would be better if Leo wins this. There will be a lot of influential people who come to visit the festival after all. You said such a dignified thing, but aren't you actually just find the position to be troublesome? My shoulders jumped. Seeing that he hit the bullseye, Sebas let out a sigh. Finn, on the other hand, call out to me. Ulsama, aren't you giving up too much for Leo-sama? NN. Give up. Ulsama is saying something like that to hand everything to Leo-sama. I know that. Ha. Finn-sama. It seems like you have misunderstood His Highness. The prince in front of your eyes is really a troublesome person, you know. I can't hide it from Finher. It's my habit from a long time ago, you see. I really want to give everything to Leo. The throne, for example. That's exactly it. As an elder brother, that is great, but it is no good if you overdo it. I think Leo-sama will be sad too. I managed to use Finn's misunderstanding to evade Sebas's sermon. Seeing I skillfully tricked Finn, Sebas frowned. Tricking a woman is not really something I can approve of. I didn't trick her. I just made her misunderstand. Saying something like that again. Elnasama will get angry at you, you know? Is she my mother or something? I am envious of you to have such a caring childhood friend. I don't have anyone from my childhood after all. Don't be, it will just be annoying. Especially since she often does lots of unnecessary things too. Ara. Unnecessary things, you say? A voice flew into the room. When I take a look, I saw Elna standing by the door. She is smiling, but I feel like I can see the angry mark exuding from her. For a moment, the deep fear she planted in me made me look away, but since it shows no sign of going away, I reluctantly open my mouth. You came even without me calling. Aren't you too much of a busybody? That's rude. I even went out of my way to bring an ointment to a certain someone who can't move because of muscle pain, you know. I'm fine. I already got some applied to me by a person who is 100 times kinder than you. Ara, are you perhaps talking about Ms. Blaumo over there? Ah, yes. Pleased to meet you. I am Finn von Kleinet. I'm Elna von Umsberg. Leo's room is one thing, but I never thought I would find you at this hopeless prince's room. Saying so, Elna gives Finn a gentle smile. The nature of her smile is completely different than the one that she gave me. It is a smile to manipulate others' impressions. Oh, I get the feeling that you tried to make fun of me just now. It's just an imagination. Good. Now, shall we? Saying so, Elna dragged me off the bed by the neck. Seeing me panicked, Elna gives me an explanation with her usual smile. Just now you said that you were fine, right? Now, let's head to the training ground. What? That's not what I mean. Ouch. That hurts. Stop. I am an injured person, you know. A muscle pain doesn't count as an injury. Move your body and it will go away on its own. Saying so, Elna dragged me to the training ground and we started training just like yesterday. Chapter 9. Those who move behind the scene. Night. I head to the castle basement. There I place my hand on an inconspicuous wall. Doing so, line of light ran through the wall and the wall slid open. Without finding such a phenomenon surprising, I enter the now open passage. Inside was a staircase leading further down. I continue forward until I found a wooden door. What was waiting behind the door was a beautiful study room. There are countless old books and candles that are always lit even though nobody ever tends to it. Because the person who was using this room was lazy, he used magic to make the candles lit all the time. Your magic research is as amazing as always, Gramp, G-san. The mystery of magic won't be solved no matter how many years it takes after all. The one who answered me was a small old man. Moreover, he is half transparent too. He is sitting on a chair while happily reading a book. When he has to turn the page, he skillfully uses his magic to do so. You wouldn't be able to judge from his appearance, but even like this, he was once an emperor. You are so carefree even though your magic research led you to be sealed inside a book. The people outside are calling you the mad emperor, you know? That was just a mistake. To think that my body was taken by a demon. Such a foolish mistake, said the old man, Gustav Lake Adler. My great-grandfather as well as the emperor of 2 generations ago. As you can see, he is a magic maniac who has no eyes for anything besides magic. He even created this secret room for his magic research. Thanks to that, his body was hijacked by a demon that was sealed inside a book. The demon used his body to lay waste to the imperial capital. It is written in the history that he went crazy at the end of his research on ancient magic. That is why ancient magic is a taboo for the imperial family. However, time passed. After he met me, he taught me how to use ancient magic and is now my master. Now, only his spirit remained inside the book. He has no body. What I am seeing right now is just his thought form. I released him from the sealed book when I opened it, but it seems he doesn't want to get a new body. He seems happy to be able to leisurely perform his magic research in peace. You really are carefree here, seriously. Even though it is your fault that I have to hide the fact that I can use ancient magic like this too. Think it the other way around. You can learn to use ancient magic because I was sealed here, right? My treasured silver mask is also useful, correct? Well, moderately. You really are an ungrateful great-grandson. Even when he said that his eyes never leave the book. He read through books that are related to magic, and when he thought up an original magic or new theory, he would start writing it down. He has been continuing to do that all this time. In fact, he is so satisfied with that to the extent that I don't want to disturb him. Even so, there is a reason that I am here. And it seems like he noticed that too. You have something to consult with me, right? Just say it. Don't be reserved. My little brother got involved in the succession war. If he is excellent, he will eventually be involved. That's the succession war. As I thought. I should see if someone intentionally got him involved here. That's what I would do. If it turns out to be an enemy, then I can openly settle it after all. It has been on the back of my mind. Because the old general was assassinated, there were only 2 choices left for us. However, no matter how much that old general favor Leo, he wouldn't pose a threat to the other 3 candidates. Still, someone chose to assassinate him at such an early stage. They may have been wary of Leo, but the real intention was to use dealing with Leo as an excuse to be hostile toward us here. I have another question. Here is the former emperor. In other words, he was the winner of his succession war. If he is my ancestor who overcame all the tricks and schemes of his time, he should be able to answer my question. I was about to open my mouth, but Gramp gave me a reply faster than I could even ask. If I was the 2nd or the 3rd son, then I would assassinate the crown prince. That is your answer. I haven't asked anything yet though. I thought that would be the thing you would eventually ask if you are talking about the succession war. I was the eldest, so I have been exposed to a lot of assassinations. Coming from me, the crown prince who got himself assassinated is the bad one. The thing that will wait for you after the most promising candidate was assassinated is just a muddy strife after all. The only result from my father's investigation was just death in action, you know. Maybe it was cleverly covered up, or the emperor's close aides themselves were involved. Or maybe the emperor himself was involved. In any case, it is weird for a crown prince who is the closest one to win the succession war to die on the battlefield. If your little brother entered the battlefield, you would do your best to protect him, correct? Of course. That's your answer. There must have been many people who think so too. Even if they tried their best to protect him but couldn't, it would still smell like a conspiracy. Considering the history of the succession war up until now, something like this isn't rare. Gramp said such a depressing thing. However, he is persuasive. And if all his guesses are correct, then everything that will happen from now on is a conspiracy of someone. In other words, there is something behind this night's hunting festival as well. Gramp, do you have any magic that can command monsters? Are we talking about magic? Good. Let me hear more about it. Seeing Gramp suddenly turn to look at me, I let out a sigh. Is it because he really doesn't care about anything besides magic? He only shows that much interest when we are talking about it after all. For him to prioritize a topic about magic before his disciple as well as his great-grandson's serious consultation. This person might really be crazy, as they say. Recently there has been an increase in the number of monsters in the Empire. Among them, there are some that are powerful rare monsters. I have been thinking if someone is manipulating them from behind the scenes. Phew. If it is just several monsters, then there is a magic that can be used to command them, but such a magic that can command that amount of monsters doesn't exist. Is that so? So I was just overthinking it, huh? I thought that if it is magic related, then it might be the second princess, Xandra's doing, but if Gramp said that such a magic doesn't exist, then that must be the case. If that is the case, then the monster appearances are just a coincidence, huh? Well, there's no such magic, but if it is a magic tool, then there is one. Magic tool? It's an ancient magic tool. It plays the tune that monsters like, and it can be used to lure out monsters. Depending on the user's magic power, you can lure out quite a lot of them too. Such a thing really exists. According to the book, it is. I think it was a flute called hamon. If a person with a lot of magic power used it, that person could make the monsters appear all over the empire. The people of old sure developed both useful and troublesome things here. In the era that magic was more developed than this one, the magic tools would also be much more superior to ours. Such magic tools have been excavated from the ruins and have been made into national treasures in various countries, but there are also those that suddenly appeared as well. So there is something like that. Actually, the Knights Hunting Festival will be held soon. The one that each of the Imperial family members leads the knights. Who? The current generation emperor sure did something interesting here. What's the reward? It's the ambassador plenipotentiary position. Because of our circumstances, we can't afford to lose here either. But if the opponent has that flute in their hand, then there's no chance for us to win. That's true. They can summon the monsters anywhere they like after all. If they don't recklessly use it, then their victory is but guaranteed. But if it's me, I would never choose such a stupid method. Gramp declared so. I also agree with his words. I would not do such a stupid thing like that either. At first glance, it would look like a good idea, but in fact, it will only provide you with an immediate profit. If any of the three of my elder siblings are using that magic tool, I would, of course, join hands with the other two. Even if it is a succession war, if you do something that would disadvantage the empire, you wouldn't be able to escape from your sin. If they keep persisting on doing such a thing, undoubtedly it would greatly damage their power base. I don't think that those three would risk doing that. In other words, the person who is moving behind the scenes is not the main contender of this succession war here. That's right. Regardless of whether that person is connected to the main contender or not, for that person to lure the monsters into the empire and put the country in harm's way, that person wouldn't be satisfied with just the position of ambassador plenipotentiary. Another troublesome thing has appeared here. I can't just look at it from the surface, I have to look at the bottom of it too. It isn't a simple problem of winning or losing the festival anymore. If I don't find out the person behind those monsters, this Knights Hunting Festival will not just be a battle for the ambassador plenipotentiary seat alone. Is there any way to obstruct the effect of that hamon? You can only break it. As long as there's a sound that only monsters can hear, obstructing its effect would be difficult. So I can only focus on the night's hunting festival her. That's right. But it is the same for their side as well. They judged that they can't use the flute at the festival. In other words, they have to use it before the festival begins. There is definitely something going on behind this festival. Be careful. I received that advice and left the room. Section. On my way back to the room, I sensed a presence behind me. I was about to turn to face this unknown presence when the man shouted toward me. Freeze. You know that I am Arnold Lake's Adler, right? Of course. Saying so, the man pulls out a knife. To think that they would move this fast. I won't kill you, but I will have you sleep for a while. I can't really just say yes to that though. I slowly turn around. During the moment that I was full of openings, the man did not move. After I turned around, what I found is a man dressed in black. A typical assassin look. But since he said that he won't kill me, what did you do? I stopped your movement with a barrier. Calling out and say that you won't kill me really bite you back, isn't it? There is no doubt that he is a skilled assassin. He was able to infiltrate the castle with such heavy security after all. But even such a skilled assassin couldn't guarantee that he can inflict a wound that would make the target out of commission without endangering the target's life. That's why he called out to stop me. And that gave me the time to construct this barrier. Well, even if he didn't do that, I always have a detection barrier deployed around me anyway. There's no way that anyone could approach me without me noticing. It would be a suicide to go out in the middle of the night without caution after all. TSK. You are not just an incompetent prince, huh? Well, calm down and just answer my questions. When you infiltrated the castle, you have someone to guide you, right? Who is that? Phew. I will not talk. If I say the name of my client, I die. So you don't deny it. Okay, I get the gist of it. Only those three can interfere with the castle's security. If someone other than that wants to guide an assassin into the castle, then it would take a lot of preparation. That is unthinkable. After all, the reason someone would target me would be because of Elna. To send assassins to attack me to prevent Elna from taking part in the night's hunting festival, that is quite underhanded her. It is only natural for me to prepare for that. Phew. That's the same on our side. Get him. At the same time, someone appeared behind me without showing his presence. The man that appeared there was Sebers. It seems they are acting in a group of 4. I've already put the other 3 out of commission. Arnold Sama. Good work, Sebers. Do you really think that I would let Arnold Sama walk alone in the middle of the night? You seem to be looking down on us, huh? Now. Spit it out. Who are you working for? I erect a soundproof barrier and start casting an illusion spell. It is a spell that shows you the thing that you are most terrified of. I can't see what he is seeing, but the image should be vivid for him. Surprisingly, I got to know the name of his client with just that. Hi. Forgive me. Please forgiven. Xandra-sama. I didn't talk. I didn't say a word. So you are an assassin of Xandra's apprentice, huh? Seem like you underwent some tough training, aren't you? To bind her subordinates with fear, it really seems like what that person would do. What shall we do with them? Even if we get rid of them, we can't do any damage to Xandra. But if we kill them, the cleanup would be troublesome. Just find some suitable place to put them in. We might have a use for them later after all. As you wish. I took a sidelong glance at the man who is still seeing the illusion of Xandra and turn away from him. For her to send an assassin at this timing, it would mean that Xandra has nothing to do with the monster appearances. She was trying to get rid of me because she was aiming for the seat of the ambassador plenipotentiary at the night's hunting festival. If she willing to go this far, she shouldn't be the one who is behind the monster appearances. Now, I wonder who did it. Leaving behind that word, I returned to my room. Chapter 10. Commence. The largest city in the eastern part of the empire, Kiel. This city that is the center of the night's hunting festival is now jam-packed with people. The merchants mustered their wit and come up with various kinds of stalls on the street of Kiel. Just by walking around you would find a lot of strange things that you never have seen before being sold on the street. After buying and eating a lot of stuff, I and Leo are currently standing on the wall of Kiel. It is really a big crowd here. Yeah, it's a good thing. The Eastern people have been under the threat of monsters all this time after all. I think something like this is necessary for them. Right. They seem to think that it is father's fault that the problem hasn't been dealt with sooner. It is like he is trying to use the money to please them. Like, just enjoy the festival, or something like that. He must have guessed that the people's dissatisfaction wouldn't be dispelled just by doing this festival. It would be meaningless to have a festival if the people don't loosen their wallets after all. He just spent his money as a trigger for them to do so. The Eastern people who were troubled by the monsters are very cautious. They wouldn't spend their money unless we do so first. In a sense, he is quite a great person. So you are here. As we heard a voice coming from behind, we turn around at the same time. Doing so, we found Elna standing there. Hey, Elna. How are you doing? As usual, I guess. What about you? It is as usual for me too. But I'm feeling better now. Ara, why is that? It is unusual for Leo to say something like this. He is a guy who always plays it safe after all. I sense troublesome things coming my way again. On our way here, I have been looking around the villages that were damaged by monsters. I think it is our duty as a member of the Imperial family to help them. If I win, I will get the reward money anyway, so I donated the money I have to those people on our way here. So you've been doing something like that? And what were you doing in the meantime, Ul? Shopping at the stores. Elna touched her forehead and sighed when I showed her my spoil of war, the grilled earth lizard. You don't have to let out such a huge sigh. If Ul has at least one of Leo's good points, then I can feel relieved as your childhood friend though. Nisan has a lot of good points, you know. People just don't notice them. Well said. As expected of you, Leo. As a reward, I will let you take a bite. Thank you. NN. It is unexpectedly good here. Right. I have a talent for finding good stuff from the stalls, you know. That talent, I don't think it is necessary for a prince though. Alright, we're going. Leo too, the festival will start soon so you should head back too. Urged by Elna, I quickly stuffed the grilled earth lizard into my mouth. The night's hunting will soon begin. Section. Our empire is a country with little experience of monster damages. Because of that, our response is lagging behind. This time the people of the East have suffered because of the lack of ability on my part. I am truly sorry. I want you to please forgive this foolish emperor of yours. Father is giving a speech in front of the crowd. Our turn will come a little later. I was using a room inside the Lord's mansion as a waiting room when a guest has come in. I thought that it would be Elna or Finn, but the person that appeared there was a little unexpected. Krista. What's wrong? Nisama. That person is Krista Lakes Adler, the 12-years-old third princess of the empire. My little sister with glossy blonde hair and purple eyes. In the future, her beauty should be able to rival that of Finn. People said that her beauty is like that of a doll. That is because Krista is a child that usually shows little of her facial expression. Carrying her favorite bunny doll, she expressionlessly staring at me. Looking at her appearance, she is really like a doll. However, her eyes are slightly shaken. This is a sign that she is feeling anxious. Come in. What's wrong? Something is troubling you. Krista isn't troubled. The people here are the one in trouble. Such a confusing answer. Most people would just dismiss her with that, but I can't do that with Krista. I sit Krista on a chair and crouch down to match her eyes level. This child is a special existent among the Imperial family. No one has noticed it. No, they might be pretending to not notice it, but this child was born with an innate magic. Normally, magic is something that you have to train in order to use it, but there are few people in this world who can naturally use magic. Those who can use innate magics are extremely valuable and powerful. The reason is because that person is the only one who can use such magic. It is something that can never be used by others. Krista is one of them. Her ability is probably a future prediction or something similar. When the crown prince passed away, she was crying in front of me and saying that our brother is dead. If the fact that she can do such a thing get out, Someone like Xandra would gladly make use of her. That's why I told her not to talk about it with anyone, and if she sees something, she should come to me. The fact that she came here must mean that something will happen. What did you see this time? This city was surrounded by monsters. Krista's ability is still unstable. Sometimes she would see the image of the future, but to Krista, those images are something close to a nightmare. Moreover, it doesn't mean her vision will come true every time. Though, there are times that she was correct as well. That's why I can't leave it alone. You didn't clearly see the death of anyone, right? I see. You did well telling me this. You made it much easier for me to act. Nisama is going too? Yeah. I can't stay with you. Krista has a dissatisfied expression. She probably doesn't like having to be left alone with her anxiety. Even so, I have to go. In the first place, if the city is surrounded by monsters, it would be easier to deal with if I am outside. Excuse me. It's Finn. Finn entered the room at a good timing. She has sweets in her hand as well. Nice. Krista, I will introduce you. This is my friend, Finn. PL, pleased to meet you, Your Highness Krista. I am Finn von Kleinet. I know. Blaumo. The most beautiful person in the Empire. You know well. I am stroking her head, but Krista's expression doesn't change. But it doesn't seem like she dislikes it. Krista is only emotionally attached to me, Leo, and our eldest sister who is currently at the border. She doesn't let her guard down even to our real father, so her surrounding doesn't know how to treat her. Of course, this time she has to remain here, but I can't really leave her alone like this. Finn. Sorry, but can you stay with Krista for me? Nisama is enough. Finn is trustworthy. Of course, much more than a guy like me. Moreover, her sweets are superb, you know. You like that, right? Saying so, I take out the candy from the candy bag that Finn is carrying and show it to Krista. It is a rabbit-shaped cookie. Krista, whose mouth is now timidly shaking, has her gaze fixed at Finn. Seeing that, I made a bitter smile. Congratulations. It seems she likes you. What? She is. Unless this child took a liking to someone, she wouldn't be staring at them like this. She has no interest in others after all. Krista. Until I and Leo come back, you have to stay with Finn, all right? So that's that. Sorry, but can you stay with Krista as much as possible? Understood. If that's Ulsama's wish, then I will happily comply. Saying so, Finn smile and start giving more sweets to Krista. For a moment, the word feeding came to my mind, but since it would be rude of me, I swallowed it down. Then I heard a loud cheer from outside. Perhaps father's speech is already over. From here on, we must play the leading role. Now, let's go. Krista. We have to show our faces to the people. Don't make such a face. It couldn't be helped, right? We are the Imperial family after all. Nisama always slacks off. I don't this time, right? Come on, let's go. I pull Krista's hand and leave the room. Finn is following behind us. Then at the same time, a troublesome person also came out of her room. Ara. Babysitting, is it? You sure are carefree, Arnold. Is it because you partnered up with the Imsburg house? The second Princess Xandra. Krista immediately hid behind me. Seeing that, Xandra's expression unpleasantly distorted. Sister. Isn't putting it as babysitting is a little harsh. It's natural for a brother to take care of his little sister, right? Annoying. It seems you still have some leeway to give me such an answer, huh? You looked irritated, my sister. What's wrong? Was there something that didn't go as you planned? Hearing my comeback, Xandra's expression turned wrathful for a moment, but it immediately turns back to normal. She must have realized that resorting to violence here would just be an unnecessary show of her weakness. Well, even if she doesn't get angry, I already know that she was the one who sent those assassins. But I don't have to say that. Prepare yourself. I will teach you that no matter how powerful a sword is, it's meaningless if you can't use it. Fun. What can someone like you teach anything to anyone? Hearing our conversation, Gordon appeared. Seriously, these two can't be satisfied unless they duke it out with each other, huh? However, Gordon's sharp gaze landed on me. For a moment, I felt like my heart was grabbed. as expected of someone who has been so successful on the battlefield. His bloodthirst is quite something. I don't use my magic, then he would definitely instant kill me. How is it? Arnold, don't you want to hand your sword over to me? It is still in time, you know. Ask our father, cry and beg him that you are not suitable for her, and tell him that the worthy one is me. Unfortunately, I have no such intention, brother. It would make me appear like I am questioning father's decision. Father is really scary after all. Page, you don't want to share your treasure with others, her. That treasure would end up rotting. Well, fine. I will crush you together with the woman over there. That's my line. Xandra stares daggers at Gordon. We used that chance to sneak away from that place. Nothing good would come out if I get involved with such a fight. Nee-sama. I'm scared. It's okay. Finn is with you. Moreover, if something happens, I will come and save you. I promise. Really? Yeah, really. Saying so, I squeeze Krista's small hand. Maybe she was assured by that. Krista show me a small smile. Then after all the children of the Emperor gathered on the balcony, the Emperor announced with a loud voice. For this festival, the knights of our Imperial Knight Order are swearing their loyalty to each of my children. My children respect the knights and the knights honor my children. Together they will work with each other and confront powerful monsters. We are the Imperial family. If there's an enemy of the Empire, it is our duty to annihilate them. Go, my children, my knight. From this moment, I hereby commence the Knights Hunting Festival. Ooh, go for it, Prince Eric. No, this time it is for Prince Gordon's time to shine, right? Princess Xandra will surely show us a fantastic tactic. I will support Prince Leonard. It's the first time I met such a kind person. The knights led by each of the children left the mansion and go to the front line. This time, only Krista remains in the mansion while everyone else goes with their knights to hunt the monsters. Those children are flying their own banners that were created just for this day. My banner is a white cross on a black background. On the contrary, Leo's is a black cross on a white background. They are quite easy to understand. The pattern is completely opposite of Leo's after all. It is easy to tell which banner is mine. But it doesn't like I hate the design. Are you ready? Of course, let's go. Saying so, I make my horse go forward. Behind me is the Third Knight Order led by Elna. The only one who received the cheers is just Elna, but that is fine with me. I am the shadow that works behind the scenes after all. If there's someone planning something from the shadow, then I can just go behind their back and take them down. Arc 3. Kiel Defense Battle. Chapter 11. A good start. Ha. Oi oi. Does anything goes for her. My face cramped after I see how Elna is fighting. Elna is fighting a pack of dark red wolves monsters called Bloodhound. Their number is more than 30. They are monsters that hunt as a pack and each has a rating of A rank. As a pack of over 30 bloodhounds, they are troublesome monsters that have the equivalent difficulty of AAA class. However, Elna is kicking their asses without minding their number. Even a high-ranked adventurer would be surprised by this. Elna eliminated all the bloodhounds in a matter of minutes and took out a crystal magic tool to record her result. The result then immediately transmitted to the HQ in Kiel and be announced to the people. Our group now takes the lead with the defeat of the monsters with the equivalent strength of AAA. However, due to the nature of the festival, if the other groups just defeat a big one later, this result will surely reverse. Oh, I saw a monster over there. We're pursuing it. No, I'm already tired. Can't we just rest in a town around here? Why are you being so careless? We are winning this all right. I don't remember saying that I want to win though. I can't allow Elna and her knights to advance on their own like this. The children of the Emperor that headed out with the knights were equipped with a bracelet-shaped magic device. The captains of each knight corps are wearing the same thing as a pair. These things were designed to break if they are a certain distance away from each other. Around 1 kilometer, I think. With this, it is impossible for the knights to work alone. You may be fine, but the others are already tired. It's just the first day, so the score won't be that far apart. The festival is 3 days long anyway. Let's take this slowly. You are really... I am under the impression that I am your superior officer though. Are you going to disobey my order? Cool. Understood. I will follow your order. Good. Then, let's head to a nearby town. Saying so, we moved to the town. This town is also in a festive mood. We head to the inn that the emperor booked in advance. The whole eastern region is in a festive mood. Normally, a town like this would be in an uproar when royalty and famous knights visit them like this. In this case, this town is all excited over Elna though. Well, it's good that they have a reason to get excited. They are really excited her. This is the emperor's aim. This festival exists to reduce the satisfaction of the eastern people after all. Elna enters the room that was assigned to me. What a rude fellow, she didn't even knock. I was the one who opened the door for her though. At least knock the door, can you? Ara, do I really need to? Then let me ask you this. What would you do if I enter your room without knocking? Immediate / I guess. Isn't that too unreasonable? I retorted without thinking. Thanks to that, the wine in my hand spilled a little. AAA, what a waste. You really aren't suited to be a royalty her. You just spill a drink, don't make your face like it is the end of the world. To think that you don't value the drink even though you are a knight. You are really an Ojusama before a knight her. You don't understand anything at all. I don't want to hear that from a young master who never even left the Imperial capital. Rather, is it okay to start drinking now? I won't help you if you get a hangover tomorrow, alright? Elna tiredly says that while sitting in a chair right across from me. Without her armor, Elna's rough appearance is much more vulnerable than usual. She is wearing a white shirt and a short red skirt that allowed ease of movement. My eyes naturally went to her generously exposed beautiful legs. Then I noticed something. Yes. It was several years in the past when I was still a kid. I was a healthy and evil young man. If there are beautiful girls, I would surely check them out. If I may say it, I feel like Elna's chest hasn't grown any bigger ever since several years ago. Oh, where are you looking at, I wonder? Your chest. At least try lying to me, Mao. Saying so, Elna hides her modest chest. However, without minding that, I keep staring at her chest. Elna is 17 years old, 1 year older than me. But considering that and the size of her chest, it is, how should I put this, unfortunate. The word miserable might be more accurate though. Finn, on the other hand, is definitely big. Rather, even with her loose clothes, she is still bigger. With all that training, it seems like the nutrient never gets to her chest after all her. Stay strong. Don't say that so seriously. What? Is that the only thing you can say after staring at it all this time? I just thought that it hasn't grown at all. So it really doesn't get any bigger her. It is. It just growing slower than other people. It's not small, okay? I see. It is a painful theory, but I will accept it. This is for Elna's sake. As I was thinking so, Elna's shoulder began to shake with anger. Oops, this is not good. I think it is a good thing, you know. There will be someone somewhere that will lust after that flatness, you know. Don't say flat. It just developing slower than other people. A few more years and it will be huge. Isn't that impossible? At best it would just be average, right? Oh. Do you want to do some post-meal exercise? It will. It will definitely grow bigger, so calm down. Saying so, I get away from Elna, who started breathing deeply as she did in battle. Seeing me trembling in the corner of the room, Elna sat down again in her chair as if she had lost her will to fight. Seriously. You never change, oh. People don't change in just a few years. Just what kind of fantasy did you picture me in? A normal prince, you know, a normal one. At the very least, I don't want others to make a fool out of you. It's nothing you should be concerned about, right? I have always been making a fool of after all. Talentless and always play around without working. The dull prince who put everything on Leo. It is strange when I am saying it myself, her. I am dejected and bitter in your stead though. Well, thanks. As I lightly thanked her, she glared at me. Elna dropped her shoulder and sighed. She worried too much. And she isn't a person that has enough free time to be worried about me too. Do you really understand? It is exactly because you never said or done anything that they are making fun of the imperial family. Some nobles are openly making fun of you, you know? I understand why they are dissatisfying with you. You never do anything befitting of being a part of the imperial family. But the nobles are your subjects too. They have a duty to respect you, even if it just on the surface. Even the nobles have the right to ridicule me. It's normal to tell a no-good guy that he is no good, right? I think that's a good thing, you know. You are saying something like that again. They are not trying to advise you, you know? They are just having fun looking down on you. This is different from the childish bullying when we were young. It is unusual for her to get heated up like this. Did Jide let something slip in front of her? Or was it the minister? Either way, I'm sure that it upset Elna. Is that why Elna came to me so strongly? So, do you think that you winning this for me would wipe away my bad reputation? What do you want me to do? As long as Leonard is aiming to become the emperor, you will get serious too. Oh, I believe in you. You just always don't take things seriously. You always are. Lazily avoid everything. The lower your reputation, the higher Leos get. That's why you never do anything seriously, right? She is a person who is really looking at me, as expected of a childhood friend. However, if you understand that, then you must already know my answer as well. I am fine as I am now. You two should stop getting involved with me after this festival. But I was almost assassinated. What? With that sudden word, Ella froze. From the window, I can see the people of the town making merry. I started explaining while looking at such scenery. At night, I was attacked when I was walking inside the castle. If Sebas was not there, I don't know what would happen. I don't have to tell you the reason, right? Is it my fault? This festival is important for the succession war. The position of ambassador plenipotentiary is on the line after all. Naturally, my brothers and sister wouldn't want to lose such a position. They would, of course, want to get rid of their competitors. Even if that's me. Since you have been away doing your missions, you might not know this, but recently, my siblings are quite merciless. They plan to do anything to get the throne. They know that only death is waiting for them if they lose after all. They will not give up nor show any mercy. Even I, if Leo couldn't become the emperor, would be killed too. But, since a powerless guy like me suddenly grow in power, they resorted to something like that. So don't get involved. You are too powerful. Saying so, I effectively push Elna away. This is also for Elna's own good. It is not good for the renowned prodigy of the Emsburg house like Elna to support an individual. In the future, my siblings will surely move to undermine Elna. Not in her ability but in her political power. The Emsburg house was isolated in the past as well. That's why they basically don't step into politics. It is the reason that Elna shouldn't be participating in the succession war, the biggest political struggle of the empire. You will certainly have a powerful ally, but you will surely create an equally powerful enemy. It's best to keep Elna at a distance, both emotionally and situationally. I am sorry. Don't worry about it. Do your best in the festival, all right? UN. Saying so, Elna dejectedly left the room. Her back looked incredibly lonely, but I couldn't say anything. Since then, our performance is in a rapid decline. Chapter 12. Tsunami outbreak. Coup. How did it become like this? The morning of the third day. Despite Elna being bitter about the result, I think that this is just right. Because of what Krista said, I was trying to stay as close to Kiel as possible, and I am currently only moving southward. Ever since the first night, the downhearted Elna didn't object to my decision. There's no feeling that I would win this at all. As a result, our monster encounter rate from the second day was greatly reduced. Well, factoring in the monster's habit, this is only natural. Monsters' survival instincts are stronger than humans. That's why they will not want to get involved with those that are stronger than themselves. Oh, are we stopping here? Wait a minute. I'm thinking. Saying so, I felt an uncomfortable feeling that things have been going too much according to the calculation. Because of Elna's rampage on the first day, the nearby monsters judged that she is dangerous and decided not to approach her. This might be common knowledge among the adventurers, but to a knight like Elna, It was foreign to her. They might be able to exterminate monsters, but their monster knowledge can't be compared to the adventurers. If we are adventurers, then we would proceed with caution and make sure to hunt the big game on the third day. The reason that I didn't stop them despite that is that I was hoping for this kind of development. Currently, the only ones who defeated the AAA rank monster are only Gordon's, Leo's, and our group. Each has defeated one of such monsters. For the time being, the 3 groups are in the lead, including us, since we defeated the Bloodhounds, but that will soon change. Even so, I continue moving south. The reason is that only Leo and his troops are in the south. If the monsters are running away from Elna, they will definitely be fleeing to the south. As a result, those monsters will be guided to Leo. When I was planning this, I thought that I would be guiding the monsters to him as Silver, but now I am trying to do it with Elna. Thanks to that, Leo managed to defeat an AAA rank monster. The most certain way was for our group to win, but the best result would be the victorious Leo. Because of the result of the first day, I am assisting Leo like this because we have a possibility to win the competition with the Bloodhound achievement, but it has been going too well. If Leo gets to defeat another AAA rank monster, it would be perfect, but I guess that would be hoping too much. A captain class in Imperial Knight Order would be able to defeat an AAA monster. However, the ones that have enough leeway while doing it might only be the top class captains. If Leo can't manage to defeat them, then it would be useless to guide monsters toward him. Moreover, it is almost time if they are going to make a move here. Sorry. I was thinking that Erikaniu and Zandaranyu were acting weird. I can't find any more AAA rank monster. I'm surprised we were able to find 3 just in the eastern region though. That's true. CA, Captain, Your Highness. Please take a look at this. When I was talking with Elna, a knight interrupted us and showed us the crystal as if in a hurry. What was reflected there was the current ranking. We dropped to 2nd place. The person that climbed to the 1st place is the 5th Prince, Carlos Lakes Adler. What's the meaning of this? The rank suddenly changed. Maybe he has defeated 2 of the AAA rank monsters at the same time. That's impossible. You can't do that unless you are an SS rank adventurer or a top class captain, you know. The captain that was dispatched with Prince Carlos was captain of the 7th Corporation. I won't say that he's weak, but it is impossible for him. He may not be fighting them directly. They might defeat them while they were sleeping or while they are fighting each other. There are a lot of possibilities. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Well, it's normal to think that something like that is impossible. But it already happened. I see. So you can't bear it and finally show your tail here. I was wondering if they were hiding it to prepare for something bigger, but if it's Carlos then I'm convinced. He's simply an idiot, so he must be used by someone. The 5th Prince Carlos is 23 years old. He is a man without any characteristics. He was never described as excellent or incompetent. However, he always talked about his dream of becoming a hero. It is not difficult to control him if you stimulate that desire of his. What if it isn't by chance? What if it is by some kind of foul play? That is, it's useless to say anything here. The deadline is until the night of the 3rd day. We are going to do everything we can. Saying so, I mostly gave up looking for monsters. Sorry, but there are no monsters that approach Elna without escaping. It is impossible for us to make a comeback at this point. However, I don't care that Carlos took 1st place. Gramps said that his goal was not to win the festival. That came from the man who came out victorious from the trickery of succession war and became an emperor. He has enough credit to be fully believed in. And the nightmare that Krista saw. If you believe in her nightmare that Kiel is besieged by monsters, I can only expect the worst development. Of course, Kiel is being guarded by its garrison, but the Imperial Knights that have the duty to defend the Emperor are now dispatched with his children. He is now vulnerable like never before. The ones that are close to Kiel are only me, Leo and Carlos. The others are getting farther away from Kiel as we speak. He is planning to save the Emperor from the monsters while intentionally keep himself close to the city here, that Carlos. He is an idiot, but he shouldn't think that it would go that smoothly. Please, be smart. Muttering with a small voice, I wished to heaven for my brother to be more clever. Section The ground is shaking. The first person to notice this was Elna. Don't tell me. This is Elna. What's happening? I get down from the panicked horse and asked Elna. There's certainly something going on, but I can't find out anything from where I am. I can't even use magic in front of Elna after all. I will have to rely on her here. Elna gets down from her horse and presses her ear against the ground. Then she slowly gets up. A horde of monsters is running. It's a tsunami. Tsunami? In a monster-rich area, sometimes the monster's movement overlaps and becomes a huge move. Because we cornered the eastern monsters too much, they are now fleeing together. There's no mistake. I see. That explanation. That is the most reasonable, and it is easy to explain such a phenomenon with this. It is definitely better than bringing up a flute that can command monsters. Carlos is probably going with this explanation as well. However, given my opinion as an adventurer, it is strange that monsters are fleeing in the same direction all at once. The word, tsunami, is related to volcanic eruptions, large storms, and natural disasters. In this case, the only one who can be compared to such a thing is Elna. It would be one thing if they are escaping from her, but the footsteps are pretty close. It is too unnatural for them to ignore her like this. Where are they heading? At this rate, I think it will reach Kiel soon. Can the garrison in Kiel hold them off? I think that's impossible. The Knight Commander is escorting the concubines from the Imperial capital for the result announcement tomorrow. There's only a minimum number of Imperial Knights by His Majesty's side. They can't possibly hold on. It's fine as long as the Emperor manages to escape. They must have prepared enough escort to make sure of that. But that is meaningless. This festival has the purpose to elevate the dissatisfaction in the eastern region. If the Emperor run away on his own and abandon Kiel to the monster tsunami, the people will definitely become even more dissatisfied. At worst, it will cause a rebellion. If it goes that far, then the person behind Carlos is quite vicious. If there's a war, you can distinguish yourself. Whether it is Eric or Gordon, it is a plan that ignores the safety of the people. Even though they have the duty to protect civilians if they become an emperor. That guy can't be allowed to become an emperor. Oh, Elna. If I tell you to save Kiel, can you do it? Of course. It is our duty to protect His Majesty and the people after all. You don't even know the number of those monsters. You might die, you know. I am not afraid of death. Does that apply to everyone? Yes, Your Highness. We will protect it even if it cost us our lives. We will definitely save Kiel. Elna's subordinates each saying such a brave thing. Don't be afraid of death, putting their lives on the line. All of them are the words I hate. I don't want to hear those self-satisfying words. Swear one thing to me, Elna. With that sword of yours. Ha! What? To live. Everyone too. Swear that you will survive. If you guys do not swear this, I will not let you move a step. Oh. Elna muttered my name in surprise. She gets down to her knee with her sword to the ground and her forehead on the hilt. Then her subordinates follow suit. I, Elna von Emsberg of the Imperial Knight Order, swears on my sword, I will not die. Everyone also swears the same. With this, there should be no problem. Now, let's go. There are a lot of monsters, so they might be able to turn the table on us. No. I will just be a burden. You guys go on without me. I said that and forcibly remove my bracelet. The bracelet that should never be removed. At this point I am disqualified for violating the rules. It came off. Can't be helped then. How clumsy of me. Since it already came off, guess I will go have a drink in the nearby town. Why? We still have a chance to make a comeback, you know. Why? I am already disqualified. Don't worry about it. I was not disqualified because you guys are going off on your own. I disqualified myself. So don't worry about it. If I order them to leave me here alone, they would just hesitate. That's why I get rid of that seed of hesitation. Compared to the lives of the Emperor and the people of Kiel, the festival ranking is only a secondary concern. You are. Make sure to tell my father, all right, that I broke the bracelet on my own. Since the Emperor has uttered his vow, the knights must never abandon the prince. even if that's the prince's order. That's why the responsibility fell to me who removed the bracelet. This will not become something that can make the others put their blame on the knights. Well, if they manage to save Kiel, then there won't be such a problem though. I have to think about what happens if they fail after all. If they fail, then the blame game will start. I won't give them any chance to do that. Maybe she guessed my intention. Elna's face is like she is about to cry. The other knights are also hanging their heads. To those knights, I say, knights, listen to my command. Save the emperor and the citizen of Kiel. I don't mind if Kiel is lost. Prioritize the citizen's life. Your Highness's order. We gladly accepted. Oh, and Krista and Finn are there as well. They must be terrified right now, but could you do something about them too? Yes, Your Highness. I myself will. I will leave some subordinates to look for them. Elna responds with a mixture of regret, helplessness, and sadness on her face. The knights are the same. Meanwhile, Sebas appeared behind me without any sound. Please leave escorting His Highness to me. Please don't be worried, everyone. Sebas. Why? I was just worried about my lord's life, that is. That's why please leave him to me, Elna-sama. Elna, who was told that she is not needed as an escort, seemed slightly shocked. She might have taken it as she isn't even allowed to protect me. It's not like that, but I don't have time to fix her misunderstanding. However, as expected of the knights, they all started to prepare their horses. Then when they are leaving, I give them a parting word. My knights, I am leaving them to you. Only you guys can do it. The moment she heard that, Elna's eyes began tearing up. However, she drew her sword and shook it off. Imperial Knight, Elna von Amsberg will definitely answer Your Highness's wish. I swear on my sword and upon my name, I will annihilate all the enemies and save Kiel. Yeah, I will leave it to you. After that, Elna and her knights set off at an amazing speed. I felt that they were fast when I ride together with them, but it seems they were still holding back a lot. As they disappeared, I called out to my one and only butler, Sebas. Sir, make a preparation. From now on, it's time for secret maneuvering. Certainly. Putting on my usual black robe and silver mask, I teleported away from that place as Silver. Chapter 13. S-Class Bounty. Third-person perspective. Your Majesty, please run away. I will not. Prepare the defense. When Emperor Johannes was informed of the approaching tsunami, he chooses to stay. He is thinking about his people. Of course not. Such personal feelings were sealed when he became emperor. He simply judged that if he escapes this incident would lead to a riot or even a rebellion in the eastern region. To this end, he posted his small amount of Imperial knights on the wall of Kiel and appointed a commander. Then he donned his armor, took up his sword and went to the front line himself. Everyone, don't let the eastern people suffer any longer. We will save everyone even if it cost us our life. With the emperor personally stand at the front line himself, the morale has risen dramatically. However, that is not enough to hold off the monsters that came attacking wave after wave. Swarms of monsters were constantly coming from the east side of Kiel, and the area outside the city walls was quickly filled with monsters. The garrison forces are fighting off the excited, mindless monsters that are rushing at Kiel. Johannes himself cut down many monsters with his sword, but he was outnumbered. There are 3,000 men in the defensive force, however the number of monsters is nearly 3 times that. Seeing his men inevitably falling one after another, Johannes clicks his tongue. They are clearly at a disadvantage. He should be escaping, but if he does, the enemy won't be just the monsters. As Johannes was trying to come up with something, he heard a burst of laughter from the sky. Ahahaha. Look, Nitan. The emperor is having a sour face. Yes, my little brother. This is truly amusing. Hearing the sudden slander, Johannes glared at the sky. At that place is a pair of men. One was a boy with silver hair. He has a short stature and laughing innocently like a child. Another is a man with long blonde hair. The well-featured man lightly smiles as he looks straight down at the emperor. What they both had in common were their strangely pale skin and their beauty. Who are you? I'm Sam. I am Dean. The emperor was familiar with their names. Then, when the emperor saw their characteristic canines in their mouths, he laughed. Those are one of the several demi-human species on this continent. The characteristic of a vampire. Long-lived and powerful, the vampires rule over a part of the continent with only a few vampire clans forming their nation. Once considered a monster, they were a race that had been in conflict with humans in the past. But now they have non-interference agreement and rarely show themselves before the humans. Meanwhile, there was a duo whose name was widely spread among humans. It was the story I heard from my predecessor, but there was once a vampire duo that committed an act of cruelty and was chased out of their clan. The Adventurer Guild issue a bounty for both of them. If I remember correctly, their name was Sam and Dean. The two-man group that was appointed the S-rank monster designation. That's you. Yeah, that's us. The Adventurer Guild put us together with those lowly monster is something unforgivable. We will never forget such humiliation. Of course, that applies to those who supported them as well. Cool. What relentless revenge. My predecessor is no longer in this world. Are you planning to exact your revenge on me instead? Of course. Humans are too fragile and easy to die after all. We gave up taking my revenge on the person. Our lifespan is different after all. That's why we decided to take our revenge on their offspring and their possessions. Hearing they said that they would take their revenge on the empire as a whole, Johannes clicks his tongue. Normally he would have something to say back to them, but the current situation suggested that the tsunami was caused by these two. He was having his hands full dealing with the tsunami. Now that an S-rank enemy vampire has appeared in addition to that, Johannes can't possibly defeat them on his own. If only his proud Imperial knights were with him. He was thinking that, but he already handed those proud knights of his to his children. They are far away from Kiel, and even if they reacted immediately, those who would return to his side would only be in a small number. Now then, if you are going to say something great like an emperor, now is your chance, you know. I will suck your blood dry until you become a mummy and throw your corpse at the Imperial capital after all. Fun. Try it if you can. Even if I died, the Empire will survive. My Empire's elites will hunt you down. If you are not afraid of that, then come and get me. I will acknowledge that will of yours. However, no matter how much you howl, there's no changing your disadvantage. Dean raised his right hand. Magic power gathers in his hand and a black sphere emerges. It is different from the magic used by humans. It is an attack magic that only possible for the vampires that possessed an enormous amount of magic power. Regret making an enemy out of us and die. A mass of magic power was thrown at Johannes. Dean shows a terrible smile as he was sure of his victory, but his smile immediately turned cold. Before the lump of magic power hit Johannes, it was bisected. Are you safe? Your Majesty. Ooh. Elna, I'm glad you came. Don't you have to protect Arnold? Please forgive me. I wasn't able to obey your direct order. Looking at the depressed expression on Elna, Johannes gets the general idea of what happened. If she was riding along with Arnold, she wouldn't be able to make it in time. However, seeing that Elna, Johannes let out a smile. It's a good feeling to be able to witness my son's growth like this. It's thanks to you, Elna. Your Majesty. I am. Arnold sent you in. You accepted his feelings and able to make it in time. This really makes me happy. With that said, will you let me witness your growth as well? Elna nodded at Johannes's question. She looks straight at the two enemies and prepares her sword. As you wish, Your Majesty. I will show you the sword of the Imsberg house. Me. What can a single human do? I know you. You are the knight that was paired with that incompetent dull prince, right? Since your prince was incompetent, he didn't get that far, her. Ah, good grief. To think that such incompetence would get in the way of my brother's plan. Don't let your guard down, Sam. Imsberg house is the family of heroes. They can't be gauged with a human standard. You must not think about that woman as a normal human. Dean warned, but Sam doesn't seem like he is going to heed that warning. However, the moment he saw Elna's eyes, Sam renewed his posture to full caution. Sam's body breaks out into a cold sweat like never before. He took a stance with his magic-created scythe and take a little distance away from Elna. That was completely a retreat, but Sam didn't notice that. On the other hand, Elna hits Sam with violent killing intent and slowly rise up to the sky. For an excellent mage, a magic that lets you float up into the sky is not difficult. However, a magic that lets you freely roam the sky is rare. Elna herself is not a mage, but she has already reached that territory. The Imsberg family has no shortage of skills needed for battle. And there's Sam, who just stepped on a landmine of that prodigy of the Imsberg house. You just said something I hated the most. How dare you said that in front of me? I will give you a death sentence. Prepare yourself. Don't look down on me, human. Only a moment after, Sam attacks Elna with his scythe. However, Elna evades his sickle and immediately counterattack. Sam managed to block the blow with his scythe, but the blow was heavier than he thought, so he looks at his brother. As expected of the prodigy of the Imsberg house. I understand why people called you this generation hero. However, we will make you regret the day that you chose to oppose us, vampires. Dean joins the fight. The three violently clashing above the city of Kiel. Below, the Emperor is shouting to try to raise the morale of his force. The reinforcement from Elna's 3rd Knight Corps pushed the monsters back a bit, but there seems to be no end to the monster assault. In a situation where he had to hold on for more reinforcements, a prince appeared. Father. Carlos is here. This Carlos has come back, father. The 5th prince, Carlos. 23 years old. A prince with a brown hair and gentle temper, the prince known for his gentleness. However, he has a dreamy personality and longed to show his brilliant in battle like the heroes' tales of old. To that Carlos, rushing to his father and the citizens' side in crisis was his ideal development. Many people look at him and rejoice at the reinforcements. To their rejoice, Carlos joyously leads his troops to assist them. Your Highness, please stand back. It is dangerous. It's fine. For I am the hero. It was the word like he was intoxicated in the moment, but it was also grounded. Not long ago, Carlos met Sam and Dean through a middleman. The plan was for Sam and Dean to cause a scene and have Carlos solve the incident. In return, after Carlos becomes the Emperor, he would appeal to the Adventurer Guild to remove Sam and Dean's bounty. Carlos was convinced that Sam and Dean have a reason to cooperate with him. There hasn't been a case where the guild retracts their bounty. However, that's within the power of the Emperor. Even the guild couldn't ignore the will of an emperor of such a big empire. That's why Carlos believed in Sam and Dean. That they would retreat as soon as Carlos shows himself. After he wiped out the remaining monsters, he would be able to become the crown prince and live his dream of becoming a hero. That Carlos was blown away by Sam's magic bullet. To think he actually came. That prince is really an idiot, her. Don't worry about such a small fry. Focus on your enemy. She's coming. They never pay any attention to Carlos. The reason was that they never see him as an equal business partner from the start. The two just used Carlos. Similarly, if Carlos was only planning to use them, he wouldn't end up like this. It was due to his naive nature that he trusted them. With no time to regret his decision, Carlos's consciousness flew away after he was hit by that magic bullet. One of the knights managed to catch him, but his wounds were life-threatening. However, the knights who came with Carlos were inspired by his appearance earlier and fiercely fighting back the monsters. The only thing Carlos managed to do, albeit poorly, was turning the tide of the battle. And with the little time Carlos's knights have bought, the situation is changing little by little. Chapter 14. The Eastern Knights. Back to Ull point of view. I transferred to Leo's side. Nevertheless, transferring to an individual is very rough, so I can't do it with pinpoint accuracy. Because my aim was off, I started flying toward him while blowing the dust cloud below me. Two already started moving at this timing, as expected of Leo. He is heading for Kiel and is rushing full speed together with the knights. I landed a distance away in front and wait for Leo to arrive. After a little while, Leo noticed my presence and put his horse to a halt. Silver, right? That's right. Pleased to meet you, Your Highness Leonard. I don't have time for a formal introduction right now. For you to appear like this, I can take it that you are here as a reinforcement, correct? Yeah, that's my intention. However, you should give up rushing there like this. What do you mean? Leo asked with an unusually angry tone. He must know that the tsunami has occurred and doesn't want to waste any time heading to Kiel. That's exactly why I chose to show myself here. I can't let him head into that horde of monsters with this small group of knights. With that number of monsters attacking Kiel, even if you have the Imperial knights with you, it would be like pouring water on a hot stone. A Japanese proverb meaning doing something that is bound to fail. You won't know if you won't try. There should at least be a single life that we can save. That's a splendid resolve, but you can't save the people with your feelings alone. Those knights around you should know that, right? Leo looks at his knights. His expression seemed slightly upset after he saw the serious expression of the knights. I press him once again. As long as the tsunami already occurred, you need an army to stop it. Where can you find such army? Are you saying that I should stand aside because I can't do anything? My father, sister, and the citizen. There are people I must protect there. If I forsake them, I will not be able to forgive myself. Ha! I don't remember ever saying that you should abandon them. I am just telling you that you should prepare more war potential before you go. Leo was heated up, but after he heard my roundabout words, he gradually calmed down. Finally, I cut to the main point. Prince Leonard, the Knights of the East are not just the Imperial knights around you. You are telling me to ask for help from the lords in the area? Such a foolish proposal. To use the knights under those local lords, even if it is a prince's order that is still exceeding your authority, even if they close their eyes and give up their knights, how many days do you think it will take to mobilize those knights? The knight captain said that, sounding irritated. He must think that such a proposal was unrealistic. Well, it is true that it takes days to mobilize those knights. It is unrealistic to gather those knights, however, if it's me, I can turn that into a reality. Leave the method to me. The question here is whether the prince has the will to do it or not. You might be reprimanded after everything is over after all. Are you willing to accept that possibility? How serious are you when you said that you want to save your family and citizen? If I can save them, I have no interest in my position. You can mobilize the knights under my name. Tell me how. Your Highness, this is an emergency. If it is to protect His Majesty, I can endure anything. There's no problem. Now, Silver, tell me how to save them. That is a splendid determination. The method is simple. I will use transfer magic to open the gates on the hill near Kiel. Using those gates, you will give them a speech. Explain the situation to those knights and guide them to the gate. It was a ridiculous method. With no proof that he is really the prince, he has to convince the confused knights to jump into a suspicious magic portal. Their immediate master is their lord. If their lord commanded them not to do it, then it will all be over. Everything will depend on Leo. If he can only gather a few knights, then I would be wasting my precious time and magic power. However, it is still worth trying. The festival is still ongoing. Carlos, who is in the first place, will probably be disqualified, as well as I, who was in second place. The tied in the third place will be just Leo and Gordon. If he managed to put together the knights and hunt those monsters, he should be able to win. Moreover, by organizing the confusing knights, we can solve this situation at the same time. The only problem is whether Kiel can hold on until then. That's why I sent Elna there. There should be no problem on that end. If it is a situation where even Elna has a hard time with, then charging with Leo's small number of knights wouldn't solve anything anyway. What are you going to do? Are you not confident? Right. I don't have such confidence. But I will do it. Ni-san will probably tell me to give it a try after all. I can't picture the dull prince doing that though. You just don't know him. My brother's decisiveness is really outstanding, you know. Even now, he must have decided to do something about this already after all. Hearing him, my eyes went rounded behind my mask. To think that Leo thinks of me like that. It doesn't feel bad though. I see. Try it. Saying so, I put my hands together. What I am right now is not a transfer magic for my personal use. It is a magic to open a hole for others to pass through. After a short time, a hole that connects to the hill is completed. It is large enough for about 10 people to enter at once. Such a hole that is unstably distorting is not something anyone would want to jump into. So, I jump in first. Then without hesitation, Leo follows me. My vision distorted for a moment, but then I am now standing on the hill. So this is transfer magic. The real thing is after this. After I said those self-convincing words, I opened the same hole in the 7 major towns around Kiel. Now, it all depends on Leo. I used a magic to amplify your voice. You can start now. Knights of the East who can hear my voice, please listen to me. I am Leonard Lakes Adler, the 8th Prince of the Empire. Leo slowly speaks. He knows that he can't fail this. Without rushing, he makes sure that they are properly listening to his voice. He is being calm. This might actually work her. At the moment, a tsunami has occurred in the east and Kiel is in the middle of its path. They are in a dangerous situation. Right now, I am gathering knights to go there with me. If you can hear my voice, I want you to enter the transfer magic hole nearby and join me. You don't have to ask for your lord's permission. I want you to decide to do it by yourself. I will bear all the responsibilities. Though the speech has ended, Leo breathes in and pulls out his sword. He then declares with a louder and more ecstatic voice, "Protect the people of Kiel, knights who still have their heart, knights who still have their courage, those who share my ideals, join me. I look forward to your decision." As Leo concluded his speech, his figure was like father's on the battlefield. The Imperial knights around him must also be affected. They are staring at Leo in awe. However, only Leo stares at the hole with a serious expression. There's no one coming through them. When I thought that we have failed, a young man emerged from one of the holes. The young man was surprised by his first ever transfer magic, but once he saw Leo's figure, he hurriedly gets down from his horse and lowers his head. "Knight of Hessen, Hans, reporting for duty. I have come to join you, Your Highness Leonard." "You did well, Hans. You have my gratitude." "No, it is I who should feel grateful. Ever since I heard that Your Highness has been visiting various villages, it is my wish to fight under you, Prince Leonard. Those who think so are not just myself. They are currently gathering. Please wait for them. The thing that attracts people's eyes and naturally gathers them is charisma. Right now, by that definition, Leo is that charisma itself." Through the holes, the knights are gathering one after another. And at the end, "My name is Foka, the Lord of Ulm. I have brought 500 knights to join you, Your Highness." An old man appeared riding on a horse. He must already pass his 60s. His body build is good and all, but the grey hairs on his head is making me worry. "Foka, I'm glad that you joined us, but will you be okay? I possess both heart and courage. Do you have something you are not satisfied with?" "No, if you are fine then don't mind it. Thank you for joining us. You can charge in with me. I will be relying on you." Looking at the strength in Foka's eyes, Leo said that with a smile. It may have taken him by surprise. Foka opens his eyes wide and immediately reply with a loud voice. "Ha, ha ha. Allow me to show you my power. I will look forward to it." The Eastern Knights gradually gathered together. Their number now exceeded 3,000. They might be disorderly, but their morale is high because they did not gather here by someone else's order. They are here because of their own will. Seeing them, I feel assured. With this, there should be no problem. "Silver, thank you for your cooperation. I just act for the sake of the people as an adventurer, and it is still too early to thank me. You can tell that to me again after we saved Kiel." "Well, I'm going ahead." Saying so, I transferred to Kiel using transfer magic. There, I saw a ridiculous sight above the city. Chapter 15. Noble. Finn point of view. "I'm scared." "It's okay, Your Highness. The knights will be here soon." Inside the mansion, Finn tried to soothe Krista by gently stroking her hair. The maids came up to Finn with a troubled expression. Finn-sama. What is it?" "That's. The town folks are demanding to enter the mansion. The emperor forbid them from leaving their homes. However, they must be anxious from the battle that is happening nearby, so they want to seek refuge in the Lord's mansion. Finn has no intention to blame them for that." "What about the Countess?" She can't decide, so she said that it is up to Her Highness Krista and Finsama to decide. I see. Your Highness. What do you want to do? I don't know. But I'm scared. Krista tightly grasps Finn's clothes out of anxiety. Holding that small hand, Finn give her a reply. The Lord is now fighting at the Emperor's side. The Countess can't make her decision because right now Krista's opinion is the most prioritized. I see. Then, are you going to forsake people who have those same feelings as yours? That's no good. Why is that? Nisama will get angry. Yes, His Highness will get angry, isn't he? Now, how about we take the old, the young and the sick into the mansion first? Okay. I will head out for a bit. Are you fine alone? Everyone is being anxious. I have to give them some peace of mind. UN. Krista still looks lamenting, but Finn sits her on a chair with a smile. She then leaves the room after she asked the maid to take care of Krista. Finn head to the entrance. There she saw the guards drew their swords at the people. Hurry up and return to your house. Didn't you hear His Majesty's order? I'm asking you. Please let us in. You. Stop this at once. At that dangerous situation, Finn shouted at the guards. Although Finn herself is a daughter of the Duke, she was known for her reputation as the Blue Seagull Princess. The name was bestowed by the Emperor himself and she was treated like a part of the Imperial family. Here, the voice of royalty is the loudest. Therefore, the soldiers immediately let go of their swords and kneeled. Finsama. The thing that you should draw your sword against is not the people, right? Yes, it is as you say. Forgive my rashness. Satisfied with their reply, Finn looks at the crowd in front of the gate. Their number is not just 100 or 2. She can see both commoners and nobles that came to visit the festival as well as the merchants. Each and every one of them looked anxious. I am Finn von Kleinet. You may better recognize me by the name of Blau Mo. Saying so, she points at her blue seagull hair ornament. It is the testimony of the eternal beauty given by the Emperor himself. The people who know that the Emperor loved this daughter of the Duke like his own all kneeled at once. However, among them, there were some young people who came to the front by pushing the other out of the way. Oh, Finsama. It's me, Jide. To Finn, that is the voice that she doesn't want to hear the most. The person that hit Arnold, his childhood friend whose actions she can't possibly overlook. Jide von Horsfarth and his entourage are smiling as they spotted Finn. He selfishly pushes the other people aside with not a doubt in his mind that she would let them in. Without joining the battle, he self-importantly finds a safe place to hide. Looking at them, Finn felt like the noble's blood in her had been defiled. She had never felt that when she looked at her father. Even her good-for-nothing brother's action never makes her felt that way. Jide's action has turned the word noble meaningless. In order to gain respect, you have to be deserving of it. That's why Finn ignored him. We will accept the children, the elderly and the sick. People who are healthy, please gather together in the largest building that you can find and barricade the entrance. Tsunami is simply a big monster movement. They are not interested in human life. In the unlikely event that the monsters enter Kiel, everything will be all right if we can earn some time. I will open the gate now. Finsama. It's me, Jide. Have you forget? I remember you well. Jide-sama of the Ducal House of Horsfarth. Ah, I'm glad. Then can we get in? He tries to enter the mansion as though it is only natural. If you think about Arnold, the wise choice would be to let him in. There's no need to create an unnecessary enemy after all. However, Finn chooses not to do it. Even it is in contrast to Arnold's wish. That's why. No, some shame. You didn't even consider fighting at His Majesty's side and look for a place to guarantee your safety. Don't you feel sorry for your predecessors who created those lineages of the Horsfarth house? What? You? Who do you think I am? It doesn't matter who you are. The only ones who can enter the mansion are the children, the elderly and the sick. The others please go somewhere else. This is the decision of Her Imperial Highness Krista. If you insist on wasting any more time than this, you can make an appeal to His Majesty later. However, at that time I wonder who will be the person that will be punished for this. It is clear as day to me that Don't get carried away just because Leonard is backing you. Remember this. I will never forgive you. With that, Jide leaves the mansion with his entourage. After seeing that Jide went away, Finn deeply exhales and orders the guards to open the gate with a smile. Seeing Finn's earlier action, the people leave their children, elderly and sick people in their care and went away without any complaint. After she took in the people, Finn returned inside the mansion and ordered the servants to barricade the entrances. Please barricade it as tightly as possible. When the monsters arrive, let's hold it down together. It will be fine as long as we can manage to hold them off until they change their course. Yes. Finn-sama. Finn-sama. Her Highness Krista is calling for you. I'll go right away. Everyone, you don't have to be scared. The knights will definitely come to save us. Finn tells that to everyone inside the mansion as brightly as possible. She thought that at least she has to be the one who has a smile on her face. In fact, that is all she can do. As a daughter of the Duke, she can use some magic, but she is only good at recovery magic. She can't use any combat magics that are often used in battle. She can't fight as brilliantly as Elna. She felt bitter about that. She left her territory to be useful to Arnold, but so far she hasn't been useful to him at all. For Finn, taking care of Krista is the first task that Arnold asked her to do. That's why she thought that she wouldn't leave her side no matter what. But if we don't take the flute, the monsters will keep coming. Seeing Krista screaming, Finn remembered something. It is the conversation between Arnold and Krista. Krista said that Kiel would be surrounded by monsters. And it actually happened. As long as Arnold took her words seriously, Finn judged that she has to believe her as well. That's why Finn tightly hugged Krista. Your Highness. It's okay. I will look for that flute. Can you tell me where it is? No. You will die. It's fine. I am lucky after all. And if it's getting dangerous, Ulsama will surely come to save me. Really? Yes. It's true. That's why please tell me. Where can I find that flute? I saw it falling off the clock tower. It is the cause. Understood. I will go and get it. Saying so, despite the maid's protest, Finn headed to the clock tower, the tallest building at the center of the city. Section. The scale of Kiel's clock tower is different from that of the other cities. It has the height of dozens of meters and is a tourist attraction of Kiel, a precious landmark. Finn climbs up that clock tower with a ragged breath. On the other hand, Elna is in a stalemate battle with Sam and Dean in the sky. TSK. So irritating. Dean gave up attacking Elna straightforwardly. It is not impossible for both of them to defeat her together, but it will take too much time. It's time for them to resort to underhanded means. Dean takes out the magic flute that can command monsters, Hamon. If he increased the number of monsters, as a knight, Elna will have to protect the Emperor. If that happens, Dean and Sam will be able to gain the upper hand. In an attempt to lure more monsters to Kiel, Dean put the hammer to his mouth. However, Elna intuitively felt that she can't allow that to happen, so she heads to attack Dean. I won't let you. Coup. Dean managed to evade her attack, but the hammer fell off his hand and is falling to the city of Kiel. Seeing that, Dean hurriedly chases after it. Shit. Come back here. That flute is not Dean's. It is something that their cooperator gave to them. Using that, Dean made a plan involving Carlos to create this event. However, their cooperator told them that they have to absolutely dispose of it afterward. It was their promise to that cooperator. Without that cooperator, it will be difficult to escape or even survive this place. Destroying that flute is connected to their survival. That's why Dean desperately chased after it. Seeing Dean like that, Elna also felt that something was off and chased after the flute. Both of them clash in the sky many times, during which the flute rapidly falls toward the ground. And when it approached the clock tower, a white hand extended from it and caught the flute. Receiving the flute that was falling with strong momentum, Finn somehow managed to stay inside the clock tower. She let out a sigh in relief that she managed to catch it, but soon she heard a sharp voice from Elna. Run away, Finn. When she raised her face, Dean shot a mass of magic power toward the clock tower. As a result, she lost her footing and fall. However, Finn ignored that. She knew of the danger from the start. This is why Finn threw the flute toward Elna, who is heading toward her. Then as she saw Elna caught that flute with a surprised look on her face, she smiles. Ah. I am finally useful. Damn you. To his anger, Dean shot another lump of magic power at the falling Finn. She doesn't have a way to avoid that lump of magic midair. Fiinnn, Elna shouted. Entrusting Arnold to Elna, Finn closes her eyes. The moment she did that, she felt something is flashing from the sky, but Finn had no time to worry about it. Even though she already prepared to face death and close her eyes, the pain and shock she was expecting never come. Rather, she felt warmth. When she fearfully opens her eyes, Finn was embraced by an adventurer wearing a silver mask. Her words were robbed away by her surprise. She only told Krista that he would come to help her to calm her down. She never thought that he would actually come to save her. At the same time, there is someone who is as surprised as Finn. It was Dean. You bastard. To be able to cancel out my magic bullet. Who are you? Give me your name. Adventurer under the Imperial Capital Adventurer Guild, SS rank adventurer, silver. I have come to defeat you. The characteristic silver mask and a black robe. The adventurer who was known as the strongest adventurer in all of the Empire's history appeared. Chapter 16. Price of the plan. The scene I saw when I transferred in was Elna fighting what seems to be a group of 2 vampires. That much, I wouldn't be surprised. What surprised me was that Finn was nearby. She kept looking up while she climbed up the clock tower. Then when she saw Elna hit the flute off from one of the vampire's hands, she reached out and caught it. The moment I saw that, I already began to move. Descending at maximum speed, I used as much magic as I could to descend toward Finn like a meteor. The vampire that got his flute hit off his hand destroys the clock tower and Finn was thrown out. At that time, Finn didn't reach her hand out to Elna but threw the flute toward her instead. Her expression as she keeps falling looked satisfied. I hate that kind of expression, so I accelerated even further. Damn you. The vampire releases a magic bullet toward her. The moment it is going to hit Finn, I blocked it and hugged her midair. Confirming her warmth, I was relieved. I made it. I saved her in time. This might be the most panicked I have been recently. It has been a long time since I am this irritated. You bastard. To be able to cancel out my magic bullet. Who are you? Give me your name. Adventurer under the Imperial Capital Adventurer Guild, SS rank adventurer, silver. I have come to defeat you. The anger infused into my quiet voice. This is an oath. I will never let him escape. Silversummer. Don't force yourself. I am really sorry. I will not do such thoughtless things, Arga. I will hear you out later. But you did well. Leave the rest to me. When I gently stroke her head, Finn's cheeks begin to dye red. I put the still embarrassing Finn on the ground and stare up at the vampires on the sky. Among the vampires, only 2 would plan such a large-scale crime like this. The vampire heretics that the guild placed a bounty on their heads. S-class bounty, Sam and Dean brother. Silversummer, good luck. Yeah, leave it to me. After answering her, I immediately saw to the sky. Both Sam and Dean are on guard and stare at me. Well, that's only natural. The condition to become an SS rank adventurer was to defeat an S rank monster. In other words, I have defeated something that is on the same level as them or even something stronger before. To think that an SS rank adventurer would show up here. I am surprised. Damn it. Troublesome guys appearing one after another. Don't get in the way of Ni-chan's plan. Damn it. The shorter one that screamed out first is the younger Sam Her. In other words, the stronger one is the elder. It is a surprise for me too. I thought that you guys were behaving yourselves when the guild put a bounty on your head. If you guys make a scene, an SS rank adventurer would come for you after all. Are you tired of living in fear? Don't make fun of us. We were just being careful. But it seems like your patient ran out her. The garrison force and the knights will deal with the monsters, and since I am already here, your plan is over. Me. Do you think you have one? You took the flute away, but what of it? The monsters are still rampaging. If we defeat you and the hero here, it will be our win. What is up with these guys? They want to fight me and Elna at the same time? Surprised, I glance at Elna. She is making an unamused expression. You are looking down on me, her. Even though they barely able to fight with me together. It's you who is looking down on us. We are still haven't got serious yet. Then show me. I will destroy you in the name of Umsberg. No, Elna von Umsberg. I know that you are enthusiastic about this, but the one who is going to put them down is me. I said that while looking at Elna, who is taking a cool stance with her sword. Hearing so, Elna turned toward me. She knitted her eyebrows and her expression is saying that she finds me unbelievable. That's not an expression that should be on a girl's face anymore. Silver. I don't know if there is something wrong with my ears, but I felt like you said that you want to steal my prey. I don't remember putting it like that. There might be something wrong with your ears after all. If you are a knight, then go protect the emperor. I will be their opponent. You. The meaning is the same, isn't it? It's you who should back down. I set my eyes on them first. The emperor's surrounding seems unprotected though. It is the order from that same emperor, and I can't forgive them. They said the words that I hate the most. I already decided to cut them down myself. Back down or I will cut you down too. Scary. Isn't she completely enraged? What did they say to her? Seriously. And I want her to go assist Leo too. Ha. So carefree her. Isn't it good that a hero and an SS rank adventurer are here? Now we are nice and equal, right? Equal? I think that you are completely outnumbered though. Silver. Don't you know what the situation is like below? Even now the emperor might get killed, you know. It couldn't be helped since that hero over there seemed like she wants to fight with us no matter what. How about you go help him instead? If you are an adventurer of the Imperial capital, the emperor must be important to you, right? Certainly, they are outnumbered now. It is better for one of us to go down and help them. If it's now, that is. However, these guys have a huge misunderstanding. I do not belong to the Empire. I belong to the Guild. Adventurers work to protect people across the continent, but we are not obliged to protect their nation. We weren't accepting payment from the countries after all. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me even if the Emperor's life ends here. What? If you don't want him to die, then you just have to have someone else protect him. I am here to protect this city and its people, not the privileged. I am protecting the people of this country, not the country itself. There must be those who are living off the tax money or those that were promised some kind of position in this country. It is the duty of those imperial family and their knights to protect the empire. If they do not work now, then there's no worth to their existence. That's why I will never perform that job for them. Their job. Dean seems to question my wording, and as if to immediately answer his question, they appeared. At the south of Kiel. The sound of feet kicking the ground was heard from the other side of the horde of monsters. Like the sound of lightning, the sound is gradually getting louder. Then one of the members of the Imperial family appeared. That is, knights. I, the 8th Prince Leonard Lakes Adler, command you. Protect the city of Kiel. Advance. Saying so, Leo led the charge with thousands of knights. The monsters couldn't react to the sudden appearance of the knights. Sam and Dean tried to put them to a stop, but I and Elna stand in front of them. Silver, let's do it like this. I will give that one to you. This one is mine. That's a good proposal. I accept. Once we settled on our target, we prepare for battle. Below, the knights led by Leo sweep away the monsters like a flood. The agitated monsters can't see anything except what is in front of them. There's no way for them to react when they are attacked from the side. Well, after a while they should be considered the reinforcement as a threat and begin their counterattack. It should be fine for now though. In the meantime, let's get rid of this guy. Now the defense of Kiel has entered its final phase. Section. Coup. Damn you, human. Dean unleashes countless magic bullets while moving around, but I follow after him while intercepting them. The sky shines bright like there's a firework. Dean seemed to be frustrated by that scene. It seems these guys really weren't serious when they were fighting with Elna. He is clearly increased in power. Perhaps he was saving his power to get away, but it seems that's no longer an option anymore, so he finally got serious. Dean approaches me with the vampire characteristic sharp fangs. He must have judged that he can't beat me in a magic fight. As expected, he is really used to fighting. TSK. I clicked my tongue while using magic to intercept him, but he splendidly evades it. I was thinking about widening some distance, but before I could do that, Dean punched me in the gut. Goo. Ha. What's wrong? SS rank adventurer. Shut up. He avoided the magic that I fired in return and circled around my back. This is bad. I used magic to protect my body. He put his hands together and slammed it down at me. Feeling a shock like I was hit by a hammer, I felt the impact of my body hitting the city street. That's hurt. Don't just do whatever you want, damn it. What's wrong? Can't you do anything against the serious me? The heck are you doing? You are not that strong, right? Are you still holding back? You are still holding back, right? Do you think that your stance is so cool or something? It's super lame. Being looked down by the opponent, and my ally somehow bad-mouthing me. Seriously, being an adventurer is not that easy. However, I will accept this much. For my precious brother and the knights that got involved in this for his sake. For the soldier that should be running away but chose to stay and fight. And for the people in this city. If it is for them, I won't feel even an itch to this level of pain. However, there is a limit to how irritated I can be. I was a fool for being afraid and hide away from the likes of you. You are just human in the end. So you really were in hiding. Even vampires have their low point her. Saying so, I stand up as if nothing has happened. There's no wound on my body. Of course, there's no damage either. Dean was surprised by that, but he immediately noticed that his surroundings were strange. Goowa. My arm. Ouch. Ouch. It healed. Not only the garrison's force fighting at the Wall of Kiel, but also the knights led by Leo who assaulted the horde of monsters. No one has died ever since I showed myself here. If you get hurt, you will instantly recover. You bastard. Don't tell me, you were fighting while erecting a healing barrier. You are half right. The things I cast was not just the healing barrier. When I arrived, I formed a healing barrier and started fighting while maintaining that barrier while preparing another magic. And that preparation is now completed. I was fighting while casting 2 barrier spells. Well, the other one was just completed though. At that moment, a huge magic circle emerges from the whole city of Kiel. From their countless chains sprout out and tied up Dean and Sam. What? This is. Damn it. Let me go. You can't break it. Those chains were formed with ancient curse magic. Those who got entangled by those chains will be weakened by the curse. Well, have you prepared yourselves yet? Punching me all over when I was busy preparing the barrier. Now it's time for a punishment. Chapter 17. Black and White. The chains continue to tangle them. That means the weakening curse will continue to get stronger. After I caught them, I slowly rose to the sky. Right now they are even weaker than insects. The rest is just to dispose of them. The strength of a vampire came from their enormous magic power. You guys may be long-lived, but without your magic, your physical strength isn't that much different from humans. In other words, if I just seal your magic, there would be nothing to be afraid of. Hey, why are these chains chasing after me too? I was trying something cool, but this woman has to ruin it. Looking at her, it seems like the chains are really chasing after her. Perhaps it just performing its job to capture those who have hostility toward me. Rather, why isn't she got caught yet? Is she really a human? The spell was activated when she was completely unguarded against me though. Sorry about that. It seems like they were just trying to capture those who are hostile toward me. When I stopped the chains with my eyes, Elna heavily breathing like she is out of breath and glares at me. When I laugh at her, her face turned red. Why were you trying to capture your ally with the chains? The chains don't react to anyone who considers me an ally. You were just too hostile toward me. Moreover, you shouldn't have any trouble dealing with some chains cast by a guy like me, right? You were holding a grudge from before, right? There's a limit on how small-minded you can be, alright. I was even worried about you when you were hit by that guy too. You were worried her. The people around you must have their work cut out for them, eh? Elna's face is now completely red. It seems I can't describe her state as just being angry anymore. It is fun to make fun of this kind of Elna, but my first customers are waiting for me. My apology. I was delayed by the tomboy hero over there. Where were we? Ah, there's no need to be afraid of a vampire that has their magic sealed, was it? You bastard. Don't look down on us. Untie us. If I can just tear these off, I can slaughter someone like you in no time. If you think you can take them off, then please do it by all means. You won't be able to do it even if you spend your whole life though. Now then. It's time to repent. Do you have anything left to say? Saying that, I concentrate a huge amount of magic power on my hands. It was to cast a magic different from what I have been using so far. Looking at that, Sam and Dean start breaking into a cold sweat. Wait a minute. You don't have any grudge against us, right? If you let us go, we will be in your debt. Grudge her. It's not like there isn't one though. The person that aimed his magic at Finn earlier was Dean. It is enough to kill them 1,000 times over when I remember those anger. The fact that he aimed his magic at her. The fact that he put her in danger. Even if Finn wasn't actually hurt, that alone deserves a punishment. What did we ever do to you? You are not here because of the guild's request, right? If you are going to kill us, then it should be under the guild's order, right? Humans are complicated, you see. You won't know where those grudges came from. Moreover, even if I am not on a guild request, I am still an adventurer. There's no change in that fact wherever I am. It is my duty to protect the people of this continent from the monsters. With or without the request, that is. We are not monsters. The guild designated you guys as monsters. Moreover, your action is no different from a monster's, right? Hey, don't you have anything else to say? If you tell me the identity of the person who ordered you to do this, then I might be able to stop that hero for you, you know? As I speak to them, my magic power gradually increases. No matter how you think about it, it is clear that the attack I am preparing is overkill. Those two must understand that they would certainly die if they are hit with this. However, despite Sam and Dean's fearful expression, they never talk. Either they just tight lips or they that afraid. I can't imagine these two being affectionate or loyal toward someone. So it must be fear her. A mastermind that even an S-class bounty afraid of her. Just who is it? Hurry up and spill it. If you don't, I am going to kill you. We are proud vampires. Don't think we will ever succumb to some humans. Is that so? Then let's end this. I already finished my preparation as well. The person that was most surprised by those words was me. The vampires may not have noticed it, but if it is something that Elna has to prepare for, then it is surely that. Elna von Emsberg. Don't tell me, you are going to summon the holy sword. What if I am? My magic is enough for this. Are you intending to destroy the whole town? I will adjust the power so it will be fine. A certain someone restrained the enemies for me so I can carefully summon it after all. Oh, oi. I am one of the Emsberg house. Destroying the Empire's enemies is my duty. I will never forgive them. Elna raises her right hand to heaven. Then, hear my voice and descend. The brilliant star sword. Now, the hero needs you. White light falls from heaven. Elna grabbed it and with white sparkles turns it into a shining silver sword. 500 years ago, the sword that the hero used to defeated the demon king, Aurora. It is said to have been forged from a meteorite. The sword can cut all things in creation and does not allow any kind of evil. Due to its tremendous power, it was sealed by the first generation of the Emsberg hero house and can only be summoned by those with a talent for it. In other words, to be able to summon this sword meant that person has the qualification to be a hero. Elna summoned this sword only at the age of 12. This is the reason why people call her a prodigy. As expected of the sword that defeated the demon king, its presence alone is already ridiculous. If used by someone who is at Elna's caliber, that person will be that invincible. It is the reason why the Emsberg house is being feared by other countries. Using this holy sword of the star, even an army can be annihilated in one strike. With that said, there were only a few cases in the past where the sword was summoned to combat the army though. It is rarely summoned in the first place after all. The only one who uselessly summons it because she was simply irritated is probably Elna. Now, prepare yourselves. Good grief. I will let you have one then. They are my prey in the first place. It was me who gave one to you. Well, let's leave it at that. I take a step back and start chanting. I haven't chanted anything so far, but it is best to use a chant to maximize the power of the magic and ensure their destruction. I am the usurper. Usurpation is darker than the depth of underworld. The darkness is darker than the abyss. The darkness is deeper than the night. The darkness of creation. The darkness of death. Return all those born from darkness to where it from. Infinity darkness. A huge black sphere emerges above me. As opposed to the blackness that swallows everything, the white light from Elna's holy sword stretches out to heaven. Black and white. Darkness and light. The attacks with attributes that are never compatible. However, the consequence of those who got swallowed by it is the same. We adjust the attack direction. It is easier to blow away the monsters at the same time. At that time, Leo is still in the middle of preparation to break through the monster horde. As long as I can see, there's no one in that horde of monsters. But to be sure, let's give them some warning. If you are still in the middle of the horde, run away. I can't guarantee you won't get caught up in this. We both said our warning. Perhaps they felt the danger. Leo and his troops immediately moved away from the monsters while the garrison's soldiers climb down the rampart and start fleeing. Meanwhile, the monsters which are the target of the attack just blankly stare at the sky. There are monsters that have been living in small groups without harming humans among them as well. But forgive me. Even if they were used, I can't overlook the fact that they attacked humans. Just as they attack humans to protect their comrades, we have to fight to protect humans as well. The only remorse inside my heart was that. There's no remorse toward the two in front of me. Now, clench your teeth. It's time to repent. Hi. Uwa. The black sphere swallows Dean along with the swarm of monsters. The light from Elna's holy sword swallows Sam and continue to swallow the swarm of monsters as well. As we were competing with each other, the attack erases everything and eventually, there's nothing left. There is no cry of victory. When we take a look, the Emperor is tiredly looking at us. Perhaps he wants to say that we overdid it. Well, it's all right since the only one who will get scolded is Elna. Ah, that's right. Your Majesty. This time I only participated in this as an individual, but I hope that you will refrain from neglecting the guild after this. Phew. I see. Thank you for your cooperation, Silver. With this, the guild can save face. They shouldn't pursue the Empire for this matter either. When I bow to the Emperor and prepare my transfer magic, Elna called out to me. Silver. What is it? Do you still have any complaints? Yeah, there's a lot. But I won't say it now. You saved us this time. Especially, thank you for saving Finn. That girl is. She is the friend of my childhood friend after all. Is that childhood friend perhaps the dull prince? Really you still call him like that after you saw what happened to the vampire who said it before? Take that back. My childhood friend is the best prince there is. I won't forgive anyone who makes fun of him to my face. Elna turns her holy sword toward me. Her eyes are serious. She seems like she really wants to seriously fight an SS rank adventurer to protect my name. While smiling bitterly at such Elna, I correct myself. My apology. If you said that much, then it must really be rude to refer to him as the dull prince. However, it is a pity as well. Having a childhood friend like you must be tiring her. What? Well, I will have to excuse myself here. Saying that, I teleported away before Elna could complain. I arrived at the room where Sebas is waiting for me and fire up my languid body to take the robe and the mask off. Thank you for your hard work. Please have some tea. Thanks. Sorry about that. You look really tired. Yeah, it is as expected. Transfer magic, healing barrier, cursed chain barrier, and that final attack magic. I used a considerable amount of magic power. Honestly, my magic power already close to its limit. The same goes for my physical strength. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. Please leave the rest to me. After drinking a little tea, I began to doze off in my chair. I want to sleep in a bed, but my body won't listen to me. Looking at my state, Sebas whispers to me with a gentle voice. Truly, thank you for your hard work. You were splendid, Arnold-sama. Is that so? Then I can rest without any punishment her. It was a long time ago when Sebas last praised me like this. With that in mind, I let go of my consciousness and fell into a comfortable sleep. Chapter 18. Schemer gets caught in his own scheme. 3 days after the incident, I was the last of the Emperor's children to arrive at Kiel. Although the others were not in time for the defense battle, they still rushed back with their knights, so almost all of them arrived back at Kiel around the evening of that day. It seems like you will be made fun of again. Let it go. As I was having such a conversation with Sebas, I get off the carriage in front of the mansion. At that place, I found an unusual group of people wait to welcome me. Nii-sama. Oh, Krista. How are you? It was scary. Carrying her bunny doll as usual, she comes up and hugs me with baby steps. After stroking her head several times, I hold her hand proceed inside. The people who were there to welcome me were Finn, Leo and... Welcome back. Oh. Welcome back, Your Highness Arnold. Yeah, I'm back. Elna and her men formed lines to welcome me. As far as I can see, no one seems to be injured. Letting out a sigh in release for that, I head over to Leo. Elna is a matter of course, but you were able to make it in time, right? Yeah, Silver helped me. As expected of an SS rank adventurer. He is a pretty capable man, isn't he? Oh, just which part of that man appeared human to you? Said Elna with a disgruntled expression. I give her a reply with a shrug. Didn't he saved the Emperor? Just on a whim. I know that just by looking at him. It's fine even if it was on a whim, isn't it? He did save him after all. Right, Krista. UN. There, see. GE. Getting Her Highness Krista to agree with you is unfair, you know. While having such a conversation, we enter the mansion. Along the way, I met eyes with Finn and she returns me with a soft smile. Is she saying that our talk can be postponed? Interpreting her smile in a convenient way, I continue into the mansion with Krista, who refused to let go of my hand. It is because father told me that he would start the meeting as soon as I arrived. However, you are late, Arnold. What were you doing? If it isn't Eric Aniu. I was waiting for an escort because there's no knight there to escort me back. I apologize for the late arrival. I don't need your apology. I bet you didn't even feel sorry in the first place, right? The blue-haired man in glasses. The second Prince Eric stands in front of us. Even though he is wearing glasses, his eyes are sharp. It's like he is always judging the worth of everything besides himself. Perhaps she finds those eyes to be scary. Krista hides behind me. I do feel sorry. More or less. Perhaps I was being unclear. You don't feel sorry for us, right? You've always been like that. Well, if you put it like that, then I have to say that's true. I didn't bother anyone after all. Those who I feel sorry for are only those who are close to me. I don't feel a shred of that emotion toward Eric, my other siblings, or even to father. Hearing that answer, Eric smiles. You are interesting after all, Arnold. It was a good decision for you to let Elna go on ahead. Do keep making the right decision from now on as well. If you have worth to me then, like Leonard, I won't do anything bad to you. You are putting it like you are already an emperor? I am the next emperor. Of course, no matter how hard you, Gordon or Xandra try, you will never be able to change that fact. Remember it well. Saying so, Eric sweeps his eyes over all of us and stops at Leo. Leo took that gaze head on. That's right, he isn't afraid even if his opponent is Eric. Don't get too full of yourself. I will keep that in mind. Eric Aniu. We stand still as Eric turns his heels and heads further into the mansion. That just now was a declaration of war. This time, it could be said that we both raised our credit with me sending Elna ahead and Leo leading the knights into battle. We received help from Silver, but those actions still increased our credibility. What Eric declared was that if we get too full of ourselves by that he will crush us. So we can't ignore the most influential emperor candidate anymore, her. Even so, that was just a warning. There's no way that he has some easy hand he can use to crush us conveniently around. If we get too big, then he would surely join hands with Gordon and Xandra to crush us. That's something I would do. Nii-sama. What's wrong? Were you scared? It's okay. He won't do anything to you, Krista. Of course, we will be fine too. Seeing Krista nodded with a smile, we continue inside. Ah, Leo. If father asks, just answer him with this. On the way, I whispered to Leo. Leo opens his eyes wide, but I continue to make sure that he listened properly. You got that? Is it really okay? Yeah, only you can say it. And this will be good for him as well. Section. Father stayed in Kiel after the incident and take command of the reconstruction. Even so, it was just an official stance. The damage from the tsunami was not that great. What father is actually doing is investigating who else involved in causing that uproar. And perhaps because that investigation made progress, he waited for my arrival and gather his children along with the Imperial Knights for a meeting. Everyone, good work, said father. His face looked clearly tired. Well, that is understandable since he personally went out to the battlefield, even though he is not that young anymore, and continued to work without rest afterward. Moreover, he must have found out that his stupid son was deeply involved in the incident too. This time I only gathered those that are on a need-to-know basis. What I am about to say is confidential. Last night, Carlos, who was seriously injured, woke up. After examining the evidence gathered over the past few days, I determined that he was involved with those two vampires. Carlos hunted the monsters lured out by the flute possessed by those two and reached first place. Moreover, he cooperated with them on the attack on Kiel on the condition that they would retreat when he arrives, and in return, he would retract their bounty. Absolutely foolish. In other words, it was Carlos's plan to lure those monsters out from the start. That's right. He was ultimately used by those vampires, but he also did it for his own benefit, putting me, and of course, the Empire at risk. I absolutely cannot forgive that. Father's eyes were bloodshot. I guess he can't suppress his anger. However, to that father, Eric gets down on his knee. Your Majesty, please be lenient on his punishment. As foolish as he is still my brother. That's a barefaced lie. Gordon and Xandra also follow him. Of course, they are not pleading for Carlos out of empathy. And yes, it doesn't matter if anyone notices this. Because everyone knows exactly that this is what the Emperor wanted. If he wanted to execute Carlos, he would have done so already. There's no need for him to gather us and show his anger like this. It is because the Emperor can't forgive him on his own. He needs Eric and the others to make him forgive Carlos. Otherwise, he can't maintain his dignity as an emperor. Well, there's no need to kill him anyway. After he received Sam's attack, Carlos lost his right hand and the control of the lower half of his body. He will be bedridden for life. Seeing his son like that, even if it's father, he wouldn't be able to kill his own son. However, it is not good to go on like this. If everyone pleads for Carlos's life, then it would look like the Emperor lost to the petition. It would be bad for his reputation. Leonard, it could be said that this is your first achievement. What do you think about this? Then allow me to say it. Your Majesty shouldn't forgive him. He should be beheaded instead. At that moment, everyone's faces froze. That is because the most unlikely words came out from the most unlikely person. Father seems to be quite surprised himself. Why do you say that? He's your brother, right? Before being my brother, he is a rebel against the Empire. If your Majesty forgives him here, it will become a bad precedent. How can I explain that to the knights who had spilled their blood protecting us? This will not be relayed to the people nor the knights. It will only be just us here. You don't have to worry about it. Even so, that's still not acceptable. Your Majesty should be honest and present them with the rebel's head to show them that your Majesty is fair and just. Even if he is your son, you will judge him for his sin. That will give the people peace of mind. Leo spoke in a strong tone. Now there's a split in opinions. Whichever choice he takes, he will have a justification. In other words, now father can take it as an excuse. If he saves Carlos, it doesn't mean that he slights Leo. That's why even if Leo is in a tie with Gordon, the flow has been adjusted to make Leo the ambassador plenipotentiary. Everything is for father's desired development. Satisfied, father glanced at me. He looked at my carefree expression and make a kinda pouty expression. Was that your suggestion? Whatever do you mean? Ha. Well, fine. I will respect Eric and the others' opinion and spare Carlos. However, Leonard, your achievement can no longer be ignored. Saying so, father called Leo to stand before him. Leo graciously heads there and kneels. Father took his sword out and handed it to Leo. Leo received it. Put up with this since I didn't prepare to do this beforehand. Leonard, I will make you into the winner of this festival. Carlos was disqualified. Arnold, who was in second place, was also disqualified. That left you tied at third place with Gordon. However, Leonard led the knights to the rescue of Kiel. You now have the popularity in the East. Leonard has to be the winner here to ease the people's dissatisfaction. You understand that, right? Gordon. I am at your Majesty's pleasure. Gordon bows down with a vexing expression. Since his voice is shaking, he must really be frustrated. However, he can't refute the Emperor's decision. There's no basis to do that. At that time, Elna went before the Emperor. Your Majesty, please allow me to make a plea. What is it? Please cancel His Highness Arnold's disqualification. He did it to send us knights to Kiel. His action was praiseworthy. The stigma of being disqualified is unsuitable for him. We beg you, Your Majesty. Following Elna, her men kneel down. Father closes his eyes. Then, Arnold, you broke your bracelet by mistake, right? Yes. I accidentally broke it. Then the disqualification can't be undone. It is another thing if you broke it on purpose and sent Elna to me on purpose, but rules are rules. The victory shall be Leonard's. Elna looks at me like she can't believe my actions, but I ignore her. Even if I said I sent Elna here on purpose, I will not be made into the ambassador plenipotentiary. At best, I would receive some praise, but as father said earlier, Leonard has to be the winner because of his popularity in the East. No one would accept my victory. That's why it is fine to leave me as a foolish prince who broke his bracelet by accident. I thought so, but... However, it is also true that I was saved because of Elna. In other words, I was saved by Arnold's mistake. And I will reward you for that mistake. Yes. I will assign Arnold as the deputy ambassador. Go with Leonard and assist him. Father? It's Your Majesty, Arnold. I don't think I have that kind of skill. You can leave everything to Leonard. At least find a job you can do and prove to me that you can do it. This talk is over. I will officially announce this tomorrow. Everyone, get some rest. Saying so, father gets up from his chair. Then as he left, he turned toward me with a mischievous smile. That damn father, he did it on purpose. Damn it. He wrecked my plans. If both I and Leo left the Empire, who would be there to lead our faction? Seriously. I was stunned by the unexpected event. On the other hand, my rivals have a "serve you right" expression on their faces. This is bad. If we don't do anything, our faction will be dismantled while we are away. It's great, isn't it? Oh. What's wrong? Oh. As expected, don't get involved with me anymore. Whyyyy. I hold down my forehead and shoo away the rejoicing Elna. However, I understand. It is not Elna's fault. I expected her to plead for my disqualification to be undone. What I find unexpected was father's response. The reason why father acted that way must be because of how carefree I looked. He must be irritated because he felt like he was dancing on my palm. This is completely my fault. The meeting ended with me holding my head because of how ridiculous the situation has become. End of Volume 1.